Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible. Please type in yes if you can hear me. Please type in the YouTube comments if you can hear me. I just want to have the audio right before I start. Shaurya, I think you are as the co-host. YouTube. Perfect. So I think now I am audible. So good morning once again, and I believe students are still joining in. So I'll just give a brief before we actually start. The agenda, as you know, will be live in a top IIM. This session is basically planned to let you know the life culture inside a top IIM, where you are basically aspiring to reach to. This is important because when you try to achieve a goal, the motivation should be high. And motivation will only come when you will know that what lies ahead of you. When you know that the life you are trying to achieve, the college which you are trying to go, what kind of curriculum, what kind of life, what kind of, after passing out from that college, what kind of life you'll have. Once you have that motivation, it will definitely help you work better. It will definitely help you prepare better, and every day, every hour, every minute you spend towards achieving that goal will be enriching, right? So before this, I have done two more sessions earlier. Uh, People who have not done that, they can watch the video. It's there on YouTube also, and the enrolled student will get it in their dashboard. So in that, I have talked about MBA colleges, the kind of placement they offer, the kind of packages they have, and what all you need to do, how to prepare to get into a top IIM. Perfect. So let's begin. Please type in the comment section in on YouTube if you are able to hear me, if you are with me till now. I cannot see comments somehow, maybe some technical glitch, but anyways, let's continue this. So the agenda would be, I'll be covering majorly 4 5 things. The entire MBA journey, those 2 years. It's not 2 years actually, it's 21 months. So how will that be? Every trimester, every quarter, we call it trimester in the IIMs. So every trimester is important. And what do you learn in those trimesters? What kind of projects you do? What kind of summer placements you get? Final placements? All that I'll talk about. The curriculum, the subjects which you have basically, and then in the B school, how are committees, forums, festivals, business events held? What is the agenda behind that? How you can participate? How that can enrich you? Then a bit about summers and PPO PPI. Some of you might be aware about the term PPO PPI, but for rest of you, I'll explain it. Right now, can somebody type in what is the meaning of PPO and PPI if you have some idea? Just want to know the audience awareness level. If you can type in that comment box or in the chat or as remarks, what is PPO PPI? Anyone having any idea? I'm sure most of you must be working, so you should be aware about this term. So PPO is basically pre-placement offer and PPI is pre-placement interview. So when you do an internship in a company, and in MBA college we call it summer placement. So because the internship or the summer placement, actually when you go to the company, it happens in the month of April, May, June. So you enter a college. So people who are right now in preparing for CAT 25, they will write the exam in November, and they will join the college in June 2026, right? And so 2027 April to June, those 3 months of summer, you will have some placements. You will be basically going to companies, working on live projects, and based on how you perform in the live project, you get an offer. So the offer can be, if you have done a very good job, means you have completed what was expected out of you, you have delivered your project, you will get a PPO. This is pre-placement offer. That means you will get a direct offer from the company to join the company at the package which the company offers when it comes to the campus. So all the FMCG companies, be it HUL, PNG, Dabur, Marico, Britannia, you name it, all the FMCG companies have this option of offering PPOs, and that is why when they hire in the summer placements, they hire the best candidates so that they don't have to come to campus again. Obviously, they'll come because the entire vacancy is not filled, but they want to get the good chunk of the students doing the internship also, because it is very difficult to judge a student in the first in 20-30 minutes of an interview. But when the student comes to their company office, works with them for 2-3 months, it is very easy to know the entire persona of the student, how what kind of attitude the person has, what kind of skills the person has, soft skills, technical skills. And when you actually do something, perform, the company is more likely to reward. So that is a PPO, pre-placement offer. Means your MBA journey is kind of over because you have bagged the placement from the company itself, and the remaining 1 year of your campus life you can actually enjoy. You can obviously have to learn, but the pressure is off because you don't have to fight for the placements. And PPI is basically pre-placement internship, pre-placement interview, not internship but interview. So this is basically for people who have done a good job, but the company is not very sure whether they would directly want to give them a placement offer. If you have done a great, excellent job, you will get a PPO. If you have done a good job, you will get a PPI. So you will get an interview offer from the company just after summer placements, and they will grill you. The interview will be of 5 rounds and spanned around 1 week to 2 weeks, wherein you will be asked questions about what you have done in your internship, in your in your summers, and what kind of knowledge you have. And once they are convinced, that PPI will convert into a PPO. So I'll talk about it all in detail once we reach that point, but this was just to give you a brief about what is the PPO and PPI. Similarly, we'll talk about placements, what kind of companies come, how many companies come, what is the average package which they offer, the top IIMs, and how are they placed, day 0, day 1, day 2, day 3. And I'll talk about CRP and LRP also. So any idea what is CRP, LRP, anyone? If you have some idea, please let me know. You can type in the comment remarks. I would want to see how aware you are. So CRP is basically current recruitment process, and LRP is lateral recruitment process. So basically what happens is when the companies come, they would interview the candidates who have experience of more than 2 years first. Most of the companies have this advantage, have this criteria wherein they will want to interview the candidates who have 2-3 years of experience, and that process will start in the month of November. So you do your summers in the between April to June next year, and in November the placement process for experienced candidates will start. So if a company like uh, Cadbury is coming or PNG is coming, they will take the candidates who have more than 2 years of experience. Their interview will be done first, and then again the companies will come in the month of January for freshers. Some companies take it together, so they will interview, like companies like Asian Paints, most of the marketing companies, they would take the interviews together. But supply chain, operations, logistics, finance, even HR, these domains, when you are interviewed, so the interview will be in 2 phases. So CRP is basically current recruitment process, which happens in the month of January. LRP is lateral recruitment process, which happens in the month of November. So November, December, ideally it will be LRP. Jan, Feb, CRP. So people who are having more than 2 years of work if they somehow could not be placed in the month of November, December, they will get another chance in the month of January, February to compete with the freshers and get placed there. So that is how the structure is made, because companies also have their interest. They want to take the best candidates, and if somebody is having experience, obviously they value it. Normally, the package, supposing a company like say PNG, it is having a package of, I'm not sure what is the right number right now, but let's assume it is 35 LPA. It would be around in the same range, I'm sure. So if it is 35 LPA, so for people who are freshers, so somebody who has a workx of 3 years, so what they will do is they will add 1.5L into number of years of workx you have. So if you have 3 years of workx, 1.5 lakh into 3, 4.5 lakh. Same profile, same company, you will get a package of 39.5 lakh if you have 3 years of workx. So that is how the calculation is done. So people who have workx, they tend to get 1 lakh or 2 lakh into number of years of workx. That package is slightly higher. This is to reward your experience. And obviously, since you have worked in a company, you have full-time workx. That is why the full-time workx is a criteria while filling the CAT form. Also, that is the reason why the companies scrutinize it so deeply, that whether you have workx or not, because the companies don't have time to come and see your credentials, see your experience certificates. So they rely on the college data, and the college does not want to, have a bad image. So they will scrutinize if you are showing it as a workx. So ensure that all your documents are ready and you have enough knowledge. Then only you will get that advantage, right? So this is about placements and CRP. Let's proceed now. So in a nutshell, if I have to tell you about the actual life at an IIM or any of the top B school, it will be intense. Intense means you will be on your toes every hour, every minute. It will be demanding. Demanding means you will have to accomplish tasks, achieve deadlines, before deadlines, not only one or two things, but like 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 10 things. Why? Because every trimester you will study 7 subjects, and in each of the 7 subjects you will have to do a project. At least every subject will have 20 to 30 case studies. So in those 3 months you will be doing 7 subjects, you will be writing 7 exams. That is in that trimester only, in the first trimester, and that is true for all trimesters. So every trimester will have 7 subjects, 7 books, obviously, sometimes more than one book for one subject. Then 7 case studies will be done almost every day, and for all the subjects. So roughly, if you say there are 12 weeks in a quarter, and say the classes happen 6 days or sometimes 5 days, let's keep an average of 5. So 12 5s are 60. 60 days of academic rigor will be there. So, and 7 subjects you need to study. So 60 into 7, 420. So if not 420, at least 200 cases you will solve in one trimester. And a case study will have, I think most of you must be aware about case study. A case study will have a situation, a real life business situation of at least 18 to 20 pages. So that is why the so much emphasis is there on your English, on your VRC. Because if you cannot read a 20-page article, 20-page business case scenario in half an hour or 1 hour, then you will not be able to solve the case study, and you will not be able to pace up with your peers, with the faculty. So obviously you don't need to read it inside out. You just need to skim it. You need to find out the actual data pointers, the tables, the figures, and the crux of the matter within half an hour, and then present it, right? So demanding means every term, every week you will be having 7 subjects. You will have to write midterm exam and then end term exam, right? And projects will be there for you for each of the subjects. So that is how demanding it is. Right now, when I talk to most of you who call me for mentorship guidance, yesterday only, I think one student called me up. Her name is Mehak, I guess. So she was saying that, sir, I have started quants, and Arun sir will be starting number system tomorrow, and we are also doing averages. So how will I manage 2 topics? Then we have VARC also and LRDI also. So I told her the same thing, that you will have to learn to manage it. You might not be able to manage it right now, but once you start, planning your time, managing it properly, you will be able to manage it, because once you go to the college, and we are in March right now, and you will enter your college next year June, right? So just 1 year, maybe 14 months left. So from day one, you will be asked to manage 7 things together. In every week, you'll have to learn, understand 7 subjects, and the subjects will be from all domains, from economics to organization behavior to marketing to sales, digital marketing, finance, HR, operations, logistics. You name a management stream, and it will be there in the first trimester itself, and then obviously the advanced level will be done in the later trimesters. So you'll have to manage all that. So you start learning it from now onwards only. You should not worry about that you have to manage 2 3 things right now. This is the reason why LRDI and VARC is tested, because you have to learn to skim things. You have to learn how you can define the crux of a situation, of a business case, in half an hour to 1 hour, right? So intense, demanding, and fast paced, this will definitely be there. If you have any queries, you can type in the comment section. Somehow I am not able to see, but I believe you can type in the comment section, and if I will not be able to reply right now, I'll reply it after the session. And so this is there, and then a heavy focus will be there on academics, rigorous coursework, constant deadlines. What does it mean? The MBA colleges prepare you to face the challenges which you will face in the corporate world. So those 2 years, right now, people who are working, they know the rigor of a corporate job. If you are having a project at hand, if you are having deadlines, you understand the pressures. But after MBA, since your profile will enhance at least 2 3 times, you will go 2 3 steps above the current position for sure. And obviously your package will be at least 4 5 times of your current package. If you are earning say 5 LPA right now, it will be 25 30. So when you get that kind of a package and that kind of a profile, the pressure will also be 4 5 times. So you'll have to manage, and each one of us has those 24 hours only. It is all about how do you manage your work in that time frame. That's all matters. So a heavy focus on academics, because once your academics, your fundamentals are strong, you will be able to find out solutions. So as a manager, as a senior manager, or if you are in top leadership, your role is not to perform day-to-day duties. Your role is to basically solve problems, solve issues, think strategically, think on for the growth of the company, and gather information, gather resources, and help the team achieve those goals. That is the main role, right? So that can only happen once you are equipped with a strong academics of your own. Your content, your knowledge should be strong, because every time you are stuck, you keep on looking outside, searching for information. That won't help, it will delay the process. So there should be a basic level of content, knowledge, academics rigor in you, and deadlines. So all the projects will have deadlines, because when you work in a corporate, you will have deadlines. You'll have to accomplish something by a particular time, right? So the college will also have deadlines, and I'll give you an example here. So supposing you are in the first trimester, and it's Monday, and you come out of your class say at 1 p.m. for lunch. You have had 3 or 4 classes in the morning, and at 1 p.m. you come out for lunch. And since your schedule is there with all the faculty members who are teaching you, and one of the faculty members, a marketing professor, finds out that you do not have a class today between 2 to 3 p.m. So what he or she might do, and most of the time they do, is they will schedule a test, a surprise test or quiz, as we call there. So a quiz will be called, and you will not be aware about the syllabus, and that quiz is important, because what you achieve there, what marks you get in that quiz, that marks will be added directly to your mark sheet. So surprise quizzes are a norm. It is like throwing a surprise challenge on you, and you have to figure it out. So at 1 p.m. you get to know that okay, at 3 p.m. in 2 hours you have to appear for a quiz on marketing, and whatever has been taught till so far is the syllabus. Now at 1 p.m. you are caught in two minds, whether I should take my lunch or whether I should revise, because if I get 8 out of 10 or 9 out of 10, definitely my mark sheet will be better, my CGPA will enhance, and when the companies come for summer placements or final placements, I will have a better chance. Because see, when the company comes, they will be getting 200 CVs. There is no way they can figure out that okay, this candidate is good, and they don't have time to interview 200 candidates. They have limited time. They come there only for say 1 or 2 days, right? There will be HR professionals of the company, the project heads. So 4 5 people will come, but they cannot spare the entire week or month, finding out the right candidates. They also have their own work. So maximum 1 to 2 days, at max 3 days. That is the maximum which they will spend in your campus. So in those, and there will be 2 3 rounds of interview, whether it is for summer placements or final placements. So when they come to the campus and they get 200 CVs, it is very difficult because out of 400 students, the average batch size of any B school is roughly 400. So out of 400 students, it is very difficult for them to figure out, and they will uh, release the form. They will ask interested candidates to fill the form and upload their CV, share the CV with them so they can. So obviously, not everybody fills, and I'll tell you one more interesting fact here. Every college has a rule of one man, one job. And you know that if there are 400 students, there will be 200 very bright students who will be in the upper half of the quartile, and 200 will be below, right? So if the top 15 companies who come to the campus allow everybody to fill the form, what will happen is everybody, all 400 will fill the form, and it will become a headache for the companies to find out the right candidate. So mostly the colleges have a rule that if supposing 30 companies are coming in the marketing domain, the placement committee will release it for you. They will ask you to fill only 8 or 9 companies based on your preference. You cannot fill, if they have put out a rule that you can fill only 8 companies out of 30, you have to choose which 8. So that ensures that it is not happening that only the few candidates, maybe the top 30, the top 40 are being selected at all places. And since it's one man, one job, so if supposing the top 20 people are getting selected in top 20 companies, they can only take one job, right? And in such a case, you will say no to 19 companies, which will waste the effort, time and effort of the HRs of that company. So as a rule, you get on day 0 or day 1, the companies which are coming to campus, you get to choose roughly 25% of the companies. So if 30 companies are coming, 7 to 8 you can fill, and you cannot give more than 7 8 interviews in a day. That is also true, right? So that is the reason. So when the HR sees a CV, he or she is likely to grade you on your recent performance. So your 10th, 12th, obviously, why do the SCAT take into account 10th and 12th? Because that is the only criteria wherein the companies can shortlist you for interviews. They cannot go deep detail into your projects, what you have done, where you have worked, until unless you have done something exceptional. Or so your MBA CGPA, if especially for the final placements, matters a lot. And for summers, whatever you have achieved in your first trimester, and your CAT percentile, your graduation marks, these 3 4 things matter. So that is why it is said that you have to take your academics seriously in MBA, unlike in your graduation where you might not have taken it seriously. So when you have a quiz at 3 p.m., you will have to spend those 2 hours either learning, preparing for the quiz, or normally what we do used to do, or the student do, supposing the quiz is from say finance. So we all know that in our batch, these 3 4 people are finance gurus because they have financial background. They are either CA or they have worked in financial domain. These 3 4 people are marketing gurus because they are from marketing background. So by the end of the first month in the campus, you will come to know that these people are good in these areas. So normally, if I tell you my time, we what used to do is during lunch hour, because we knew that there will be some or the other quiz in the second half. We used to go in either in the library or in the mess canteen, or in the room of the so-called guru, and in a small room of say 8 by 10 or 8 by 12, or maybe if I have to recall the exact size of the room, it would be 10 feet by 8 feet, 8 by 10, yes, with an attached washroom obviously and a small space. So in that room you will find 20 students sitting in an 8 cross 10 room, and the guru would actually be telling that okay, these are the basics, the quiz may this can be expected. So that was one way to, because once you start reading it, it will become difficult, but once you reach out to somebody who has some background, it kind of gets easy to understand. So that is why peer to peer learning is emphasized so much in a B school, and that is why the top B schools do not allow you to stay in at your home. You have to stay in the hostel only, because the college has control only of those 8-10 hours while you are in the campus, while you are in the classroom. But the remaining 14 hours, out of which obviously 4, 5, 6 hours you'll sleep, but the remaining 6 to 8 hours you can definitely learn through your peers, and they have established a system which takes care that you actually learn from your peers. That is how you do it, right? So coming back to the point, the your CGPA matters, so that is why constant deadlines are there, so that you basically are on your toes, you keep on learning at a fast pace. If the professor says that okay, the quiz will be, today is Monday, the quiz will be on Friday 3 p.m., you will be relaxed. You will not spend, you will not learn, and this is human nature, you will not learn for the next 3 days. You will only wake up on Friday morning and say, oh, I have a quiz today, let us prepare for it. But when the quiz is at 3 p.m. and you come to know about it at 1 p.m., you have to invest those 2 hours. You cannot do anything. Even if you have a call, you have to call your friend or to your parents. If it is not urgent, you will defer it, you will delay it. But you will focus on that actual project. And that is how it is wired in an MBA graduate, that you have to stick to your deadlines. Deadlines are sacrosanct in a B school life, in an MBA college life. If the deadline to submit an assignment or a project is 12 a.m. or say 10 p.m., if it is 10 p.m. on 2nd of March, 10:01, if your mail reaches or if you send it at 10:01, it won't be counted. You won't be graded for it. There is absolutely no relaxation, and this I can vouch for, at least in the top IIMs, IIM, Indore, Kozhikode, all these 7 top IIMs, and also XLI, FMS, and all these colleges which are, and that is how they inculcate the discipline in you to perform better each day. So deadlines are one thing which you have to, which are sacrosanct. You have to achieve it for sure. All your projects have to be submitted on time, and the quizzes you have to prepare, perform. And a last point is strong emphasis on networking and extracurricular activities. So networking, why networking is important, I have covered in my previous sessions. If you, I mean, I'm sure you are aware about it, the value of a good network. But how do they ensure that even if you are somebody who is introvert, how do you network with people around you? How do you make friends? How do you cultivate relationships, or at least build strong acquaintance, so that tomorrow when you go to corporate life and you need some help or you need some information, you can reach out to your network to get that work done, right? So when I said to in the beginning, I told you that there will be 7 subjects, and in each of the subjects you will be having one project, right? So supposing there is economics, and a project is given on economics to analyze the growth potential of India in the next 5 years. Let us assume that this is a project. The professor will tell you that okay, you are roughly 42 students in the class, say 40 students in the class. You will have to make a group of 6. So there will be 7 groups of 6 students each. You have to make that group. You will submit the name, and by the end of this week, you will have to submit this project. Okay, so this is one group, and since it can be 1 week or 2 weeks depending on the project length and all, and what is expected will be given to you. So this is one group which you have made. Now the second professor of say marketing will come up and say that okay, present a case study, present a project to me, analyze the marketing uh, emphasis or marketing wars which we have seen over the last century between cola and Pepsi. Okay, so you will have to analyze the entire. You'll have to prepare something, read through it, and again a group of seven will be made, seven or six. But the condition is that no two members of the marketing project and the economics project should be common, right? So the third group on finance will be around the same lines. So basically, every trimester you are a part of six or seven groups, seven subjects are there, so roughly seven groups, and no two people are common. So you will be part of seven groups dealing with seven different, and each group will have somebody from the who has worked in marketing domain, somebody who has worked in finance domain, from people from various walks of life. You might have a lawyer in your group, you might have a journalist in your group, you might have a doctor. So this is basically done so that your networking is by design improved. You are open to learning from your peers. You by the end of 2 years you will by and large know all the 400 of your batchmates by face, which might not be true when once which in your graduation. If I ask you to recall your friends and acquaintances in the graduation, friends, so anyways in MBA also you'll have 5 7 10 maximum, because it is not possible also to have to spend time with more people than that number, and it is not advisable also because but acquaintance is high. Acquaintances, if I ask you to know about graduation, you will hardly be able to tell, say, 20 people out of 400 with whom you had some kind of acquaintance, 20 30 maybe. But in your MBA, since you are interacting with so many people, and the batches also get merged, so in the second trimester the batches might be mixed based on performance or based on many other factors. And anyways, once you move to second year, you will be asked to, the subjects will not be fixed. There are seven subjects in every trimester, so there will be three or four subjects fixed, and there will be three electives. So in the electives, anyways, the batches merge, right? A marketing professor who is very well known might have 100 students sitting in the same class, right? So the idea is the college by design has made it such that you have to network, you have to work in a groups, and that is how you learn group dynamics. One thing I would like to add here more is that networking is not only with your batch, it is with your seniors also, because many times there might be a quiz which you are not aware and nobody in the batch knows, but you know that in the senior year there is a senior who is very helpful, who you can talk to that person, and he or she will teach you, he or she will guide you that okay, this is how you have to go about it. So you also talk to your seniors, since you stay in the same hostel, you study in the same mess, you play in the same ground, same sports. So you kind of get mixed up with your seniors also. And by the end of first year, you will know most of your seniors, at least 50% of the batch you will know, because there are so many other extracurricular activities which keep on happening. There are so many committees, forums, so the intermixing of seniors and juniors will definitely happen. So you will not only know your 400 batchmates, you will know your seniors also, 400, and your juniors also. When you go in second year, same thing will happen with the first year students. They will be new, so you'll guide them, and you will know them also. So these 1200 people have spent with you at least 1 year or 2 years, and they will be a lifetime, support system in case you are stuck. If you have developed a good bond with some of them, maybe you might not know, say, a person called X, or say let's name Rahul. You might not know Rahul, but you know Rajiv. So Rajiv is a friend of Rahul, so he will get you connected and your problem will be solved. That is also one advantage of networking. You might not be directly connected with a senior or a junior or your batchmate, but somebody is connected, and then it will be solved. So the extracurricular activities in which the entire college participates, there will be a lot of business festivals, technical festivals, okay, and then there will be a lot of since all the colleges have a mixed people from coming from all parts of India and abroad, obviously. So Onam, Pongal, and Diwali, Dashera, Holi, Christmas, Eid. So all these festivals are celebrated and celebrated with the same, enthusiasm and attended by all batchmates. Then you have the National Independence Day, Republic Day, and all these things. They will also be celebrated. So the entire culture of the college is very vibrant. Every day, something or the other is happening apart from your academics for sure. So that is why the first line which I have told, you have a intense, demanding, and fast-paced life. Fast-paced because you have to catch up. You will have to prioritize. Today, you might be having 6 hours of classes, you might be having two quizzes. At the same time, you might be preparing for an upcoming event, say a business festival, wherein top corporate leaders are coming to give a talk. You might be having some festival also. After 1 or 2 days, you might be part of some committee, some forum wherein you have to, achieve something. So all that will be expected out of you. You just need to list it out, prioritize it, and keep on doing. That is how you become a better manager, you become a better person, and you achieve most in the defined timeline. You cannot do everything, but you have to ensure that you do not miss anything important, right? So this is the crux of life at IIM. I think I have covered in great detail. Let us, if I have to tell you 6 7 things which are key aspects when it comes to life at IIM, academic rigor will be very heavy. You will have to go through a rigorous academic training. All the concepts you'll have to be aware. There will be classes. You will be asked to watch videos, study, have case studies, read from books, take help from seniors, your batchmates. Peer-to-peer competition, because there will be a lot of case study competitions also. There will be a lot of, obviously you collaborate also and you compete also together. So in the same group, you would be wanting to be in the top 10% of the batch. So you'll be giving your best, but it's a healthy competition. And everybody knows that since the top B schools, the top IIMs have 100% placement, so nobody will be left unplaced. It all depends on how much value you add to yourself. The better you are, the better placed you will be. And here I would like to bring one more thing. I will draw your attention to one more thing. Most of the times we feel that, okay, so say IIM Ahmedabad is having an average package of 30 LPA or 28 LPA as per the placement reports. So you feel that, okay, I'll go there, I'll get a package of 28 lakh if the average is 28. It is not true. You might get a 35 lakh, you might get a 40 lakh or 45 lakh, you might get a 15 lakh also. It all depends on how you develop yourself in those 2 years, how much value you add to yourself. Because the company which comes to campus to hire you, to place you, will basically value your competence, how much competence you have developed within you, what kind of personality you have, and what kind of problems you can solve. So you have to basically fight with your own self. The competition actually will be with your own self. You have to get better 1% daily, okay? So that by the end of those 2 years, 21 months, you are a much refined person. When you went in the college, if you just try to recall, and when you come out of the college, you have so much knowledge, so much content, so much expertise that any company will hire you and pay what you deserve, right? So the peer competition is intense, but it is never negative. I mean, rarely negative. Mostly it's healthy competition. It is very positive, and everybody encourages the other person to do well, because it is not the competition with each other, it's the competition with the company actually. You have to raise the bar. You have to make the company. Many times we had observed that if the company has, say, only 4 vacancies, they have come for 4 positions, and they find one more candidate who is very good, but somehow they are not able to take it. After a month or so, they will again call back. They'll find out a position for that person and they'll hire. And sometimes, if they have some bandwidth, they can do it immediately. So the companies stretch their position also. And a company which is coming to Ahmedabad, Bangalore, Calcutta, a company like PNG, HUL, on any of these companies, they visit all the 10 12 campuses which are good, from where they have been hiring every year. So the competition is not, so if a company has come to say Calcutta, I am Calcutta, and that placement is happening in the month of say November, final placement, and then they have to go to after Calcutta they have to go to say Ahmedabad, and if the vacancy throughout their offices is say they have 15 positions for a vacancy of senior marketing manager, and they have thought that okay, we will pick three from each of these five campuses, but in Calcutta only they got five, so they might not visit one of the companies or they might reduce the number at other places. So the competition is not, you should not think that the competition is with any of your peers. There are enough positions available. If you just improve yourself on a daily basis, it will add value. Industry exposure will be immense. Every day some or the other company will be coming, so the companies there do not come directly to hire you, they will come to give you a pre-placement talk which is called PPT. So the some or the other company will keep on coming, they will keep on adding value. There are guest lectures by industry experts. So whatever you are learning will be linked to the industry, and they will come, and the reason for coming back to campus by the corporates is they want to know you. So when they hire, they know that okay, this candidate is good. It is very difficult to find out a very good candidate in the 20-30 minutes of interview. But yes, when they engage you on a regular basis through industry events or through the summer placements, they know you better, and then your chances of being hired is always higher. And that is why you should be very active in college. You should never miss anything important. You should try and participate at all events as much as possible, because that will hone you up. First advantage. Secondly, you will be visible also, and if you are visible, it is a good opportunity. There will be a good opportunity in front of you wherein you can get a offer also from these companies. And not only on campus placements, but it also helps in off campus placements, because supposing you got selected in PNG, but you have been active in the college, you have been participating in HUL events, or you have there's a annual HUL case competition. If you have won there, HUL might offer you a job, right? You have got a package of say 35 LPA in PNG, and HUL is offering you 40 LPA. You can inform your placecom that okay, I am leaving this seat and I'll take the off-campus offer which I have got from HUL. That is also allowed, and that is also done, right? So key aspects would be these seven: basically academic rigor, peer competition, industry exposure, networking opportunities, extracurricular activities, placement pressure. Obviously, it will be immense because you have taken a loan to, you know, most of us take loan to do MBA. So you want to repay it. So the placement pressure is there. You want to come out with a very good package with a very good company, and obviously a wonderful campus life where you enjoy every moment. You work hard. You hone up yourself. Within 2 years, you will come out as a transformed person. The challenges, obviously, in an MBA college are basically stress and time management. There will be stress for sure. You just need to understand how to manage time. In case you are feeling burnt out, reach out to your seniors. They are very helpful. They will guide you. If not seniors, professors. And if not professors, you feel still your problem is not solved, I and obviously that Mindworkzz team will be there for you. We all have done MBAs from top B school. We know the pressures you get there. So you can reach out to us also. We will definitely help you. And most of our students, when they go to B school, they keep on texting us. They keep on informing us about their curriculum there, and we are in touch. So we help them there also, because mostly you need advice how to how to manage those things, right? In a nutshell, if I have to tell you, the life inside a B school may be restless, may be frantic, but it's never dull for sure. It will be very, very, fun. It will be great fun. You just need to participate, enjoy. So this was basically a crux of life at MBA. I'll just run through the basic facts and figures. So MBA, as you know, is of 21 months, 7 trimesters I have told you. Fourth trimester, so after the first 3 trimesters, the fourth trimester will be summers. There will be weekend projects, live projects, and case study competitions spread throughout your campus life. In 7 trimesters, basically you will be graded, your final CGPA will be given. Companies will consider your CGPA, so never take your academics lightly for two reasons. You need to have good academics to perform better in your job. And secondly, your CGPA matters. Class tests, surprise quizzes, end term exams, these will definitely be there. Every trimester, I mean, roughly in seven uh, trimesters, seven subjects, so roughly 50 projects will be there, 500 case studies you need to solve, industrial visits, guest lectures, EDP cell is there. So this I would want to emphasize a bit on this. So every campus has an EDP. EDP is Entrepreneurship Development Program. So the names might vary, but there is an EDP cell wherein if you participate, if you join, and there will be a professor attached. If you want to start a company from the campus itself, you can do that. And the alumni funds are there, wherein they will give you some funds also in the tune of 50 lakh, 30 lakh, depending on what plan you have. They will definitely, like, most of you must be watching Shark Tank, right? So the alumni are there. They will, the college might call them, and they will review what you have, what plan do you have, how do you want to scale it. They will help you in the initial stage. They might take some stake. There can be two kind of funding you can get. One is angel investing, which is without any stake, just to support you, and that money you have to return back. Second is as a venture capitalist, wherein the alumni body or some of the alumni might fund you, and they will take stake out of you, and once you grow, they will get return on their capital. So EDP cell is there. You can start your company, register it. They will help you with registration and everything at a very nominal cost, and you can pursue it with your college. And after college, if you are serious about it, you can continue it. Every college has 2 years of moratorium kind of a thing, wherein if you are passing out of a college, say in 2027, you can come back in 2030 and get a placement and compete with your fellow the batch there and get a placement from campus. You will be allowed to sit in placements after 2 years if your company which you started does not succeed. If it fails, or if it is going at a lower speed, you feel that it is not working out, or if you feel that it needs more time, gestation period is longer, I need a job to sustain my family, you can inform the college, they will allow it. So most of the companies, most of the colleges develop your entrepreneurship. They give you enough opportunities to develop your entrepreneurship skills and your entrepreneurship ideas, plans, and you can do that in college, right? And many of my batchmates had taken that advantage, and some returned back for campus placement, some did not, and they are running good companies, right? So this is a very important aspect of a B school which is there. I think my time is up now, so I'll just wind up in 4-5 minutes. Subjects taught. So all subjects of management, be it economics, finance, accounting, marketing, operations, human resource, information system, communication, strategic, organization, behavior. These are the top 9, 10, but then supply chain, logistics, and all these will be covered, okay, in detail. So in the first trimester, you learn basics of all these. Second trimester, maybe advanced of all this. And third, fourth, more advanced portion, or maybe live projects and all will be done for these areas. Committees and forums, as I told you, you will have roughly 10 to 15 committees. In our time, it was 10. I think the number has increased now. So what does the committee do? The committee basically manages the entire event functioning of the college. The MBA colleges are run by student bodies and not by professors. So committees are basically, there will be a placement committee which will handle placements. There will be an alumni committee. So these two are the top committees where people tend to reach, because in placement committee you can directly influence your placement, because you are talking to the HR, and not only your placement, your friend's placement also, because you are talking to the HR, you're getting the company on campus, getting it on board. So the companies definitely know you better, and you kind to get a little bit of bias for you, and you can do, you are in a good position. So people want to get into placement committees. If they cannot, I mean, then they tend to get into the alumni committee. Alumni committees, again, you will have database of the entire alumni of last 30, 40, 50 years of the college. You will know which alumni is placed where, what is his or her email ID, LinkedIn profile, which all companies he or she has. So the entire database will be accessible, and a lot of alumni events happening in a college. So you'll be part of that. So maybe all that I'll cover in detail in the next Magic Sunday class. this was my time here. So I'll summer placements. I think it's left. I'll cover that also in detail. Final placements. I hope I have added value. And in case you have any queries, feel free to put in the comment section. In Crux, I have told you that you will have an intense, demanding, and fast-paced MBA life, but it will be a very transformative, very enriching experience. You will enjoy every bit of it. Okay. So thank you. Thanks for your time here. Next session is by Arun sir. It will start at 11 a.m. In case you have some queries, you can shoot. I can share you my email ID. It is arunc.mindworks. You can share your feedback on my mail. Maybe I'll type in here. So it's arunc.mindworks. The Mindworkzz enrolled students have my number, so you can WhatsApp me in case you have some queries. The outside students might mail me on this email ID, and I will help you if you have any queries regarding MBA preparation, guidance. You can mail me here. And normally I give a homework to each one of you to share with me two key learnings, two new things which you have learned out of this session, and a one line feedback. How did you enjoy it? Any suggestions if you have? If you want to me to cover something else, if you want to know about something else, you can definitely put in the comment section of the YouTube channel, or you can mail it to me, WhatsApp me. Mindworkzz students have my number, so you can WhatsApp me. Outside students can email me. So two learnings, and what more sessions you need or feedback, you can share it with me. So thank you. Have a good day, and feel free to connect. Put your queries in the comment box. I'll be happy to answer there. Have a good weekend. Enjoy, but keep on fighting for your goals. Keep on working hard every day, every hour. You should march towards your goal of getting a 99 plus percentile. That is the first milestone. And obviously, after that, getting into a top IIM. Right? So, thank you. All the best. Have a good day.
Hi, everybody. The next session will start in approximately 5 minutes. So please stay tuned on the YouTube channel itself, and the session will start here only. All right. So you guys can just wait here. And the second session, which is by Arun Sharma sir on personal mastery, will be starting in approximately 5 minutes.
Hi guys, welcome to the session. And sorry, I got a little bit delayed. I was uh, getting my stuff organized on my machine. And today's session that I'm taking for you is on personal mastery. Your ability to master yourself, master your personal spaces, master your mind, and master your action, which is critical for you to which is critical for you to do well in life and actually maximize your personal outcomes in life. And that is it's actually a series of 5 6 sessions I'm going to be taking over this over the next few days. And as you all know, good morning everybody, welcome to the session. And I hope you can hear me and see me properly. So I mean, one thing that I always talk about or tell people when I'm trying to help you, whether it's for the CAT or any other management exam or any other training program that I do, where I try to help people get more out of themselves. Essentially, what you will do and how much you will achieve in your life will depend completely on how well you can master yourself. And a lot of, I mean, you have other components of other dimensions of what we talk about. For example, we have dimensions like personality development, communication skill development, ability to motivate yourself, ability to keep yourself engaged, ability to focus in the moment, and all those things that we talk about when we talk about performance and doing well in life and maximizing your outcomes in life. Whatever we talk about, all these things can be put into one box, and that box is what I call as personal mastery. And if you simply ask me what personal mastery is the ability to master yourself, the ability to master yourself, master your mind, to make the most of master your mind, your body, and your actions, to make the most of the circumstances you are dealt with in life, to make the most of the opportunities that come in front of you in your life. So I was simple belief that life is not fair or unfair to anybody. Everybody gets similar circumstances to each other, and we all have similar opportunities to rise above our or to make ourselves rise above the conditions we are born into. And essentially, there's a difference between the way winners operate, the way losers operate, and the way the third category of people, which is called as the non-winners, how they operate. And it is often said that I mean, and when we talk about personal mastery, in my view, personal mastery has 4 dimensions. There are 4 dimensions of personal mastery. The first dimension is your ability to master your thought, or the ability to improve the quality of your thinking. The second dimension of personal mastery is the ability to manage or structure the quality of your action. The third dimension is quality of communication, and the fourth dimension is quality of leadership and teamwork. Across these 4 dimensions, anything you do in life, right from what you have done in the last 20 years to what you will do in the next 50, 70 years in your life, whatever your timeline, the minus 20 years to the plus 50 years, anything, any opportunity, any circumstance, any challenge you'll face, it's going to be basically down to this. Most of you who are doing this session today with us are CAD aspirants mostly, or preparing for some exams. And essentially, when you talk about preparing for the CAT in a in a 10-month framework, which we have, a 9-month framework, which we have from March onwards, March to November. In this time frame, 9-month framework is approximately 40 weeks of work. And across these 40 weeks, on an average, in a single week, you will do approximately 10 to 15 study sessions. You'll be doing approximately 10 to 15 sessions, which basically means that the game you're playing when you're trying to crack the CAT, this game has around 400 to 600 study sessions involved. You're going to sit on your table, you're going to sit on your bed, wherever you sit and study. You're going to be doing 400 to 600 study sessions. And if you can manage the quality of your thinking and your action during these 400 to 600 study sessions, it's only then do you give yourself your best chance of cracking an exam like this, right? And hence, the biggest indicator for me about how well you will do in your exam, about how well you're going to do in your competitive exam, and not just in a competitive exam, even in life, later on in life. Bottom line, I mean, how do I define a study session? I define a study session as a, let's say, a 2 to 3 hour focused sit down session. And the quality of each session that you do will multiply itself 400 times if you can maintain that quality and keep that quality across 400 to 600 times to give you the outcomes you are looking for. You know, for anything that you want to do in life, anything you want to achieve in life, there is a base or a bottom line about what you need to be able to do in order to achieve it. So if you are let's say if you are a cricket batsman, what the quality of what makes you great or good or average or below average, the quality of your reaction in that split second when a ball is being thrown at you and you are trying to face it, the bowler is bowling at 150 kilometers per hour, and how do you organize yourself in order to face this? How do you organize your instinct? How do you train yourself for that fraction of a second? And if you can manage each fraction of a second, bottom line is one ball is managing maybe 0.2 milliseconds. And across, if you in a test match, if you can face 200 balls and manage your batting across 200 balls in a test match, you're going to hit a century. In a one-day match, if you manage yourself across 100 balls, you're going to hit a century. It's as simple as that. So what I'm trying to say, I mean, I can give you the example of tennis, my favorite sport. If you watch the Australian Open, if you watch the Australian Open final, Yannick Sinner beat Alexander Zverev in 3 straight sets, and it was by all means a one-sided match. Right? It was a straight sets win for him. At the end of the match, Zverev said that I never had a chance to beat you. And if you see the crux of that match, across 3 sets, Zverev was broken only 3 times, only 2 times, only 2 service breaks. The only 2 service breaks in the entire match. And why it was such a one-sided match was because when Yannick Sinner was serving, he did not face a single break point across 3 sets of against the world number 2 player. He did not space a single break point across almost 20 games of serving, 15, 20 games of serving, where he did not allow his opponent to even get to 40 before he got there. 3 points. So why I'm telling you this is because when you start on a journey towards success in any dimension, any objective in life, there is a bottom line of what you need to do well. There's what we can define as the building block of success in that endeavor. Is the building block of success in that endeavor. Right? I mean, if you talk about an organization, let's say a new 5-star resort is opened, the building block of success of that 5-star resort is managing the service experience and the user experience across each single day. If the 5-star resort can have one excellent day where it has managed the expectations and the commitment to every customer that came to that resort on that day. If the 5-star resort can have one excellent day, then it can have 5 excellent days. It can have 10 excellent days. It can have 1,000 excellent days. And across 1,000 excellent days, you build a reputation. So similarly, when you're talking about preparing for the CAT, your CAT is going to be 600 study sessions. Your journey to CAT is going to be 600 study sessions. And the quality, the intensity, the focus, the single-mindedness, the motivation, any word that you can think of, that you can bring into that study session is going to determine the quality of your outcomes. You control these 600 study sessions and you control your outcome. That's how it does. That's how it works. You cannot control your outcome any other way. Right? So if I'm playing tennis on the tennis court, my focus is just the next shot. It is just the next shot, anticipating it, not even the point. The point is too far in the future. The next shot, anticipating what my opponent is going to hit and getting ready for my shot and reaching the ball and then hitting the ball back with the correct decision about what shot to hit. So it's all about that. So, and essentially what happens is most of the time when you come down now this your study session, I'm taking this personal mastery course in the context of CAT prep, specifically in this batch. So your study session can be defined as the action you have to do when you want to crack this exam. And when we are talking about this action, I mean, the crux is going to be, are you able to control your excellence? Are you able to execute excellence? Are you able to execute excellence every single time you sit to study? That's going to be the crux. And if this can be done, most likely your outcome will be much superior than what you are heading towards. And it is almost I mean, it is often said that if a pilot takes off from Delhi and wants to go to London and he makes a 0.5 degree error in his path, just a 0.5 degree error in his path, he will reach Moscow. He will never reach London in this journey. Because over a period of time, this error gets magnified. The error is just 0.5 degrees, but the error gets magnified as you increase the length of time on which it is applied. So similarly, You have one subpar. You should have an excellent study session today. You want to do this, and this is the path it will take you to. You have one subpar study session. Your trend is on the wrong side, and you're heading towards this. You're heading towards mediocrity. You've just made a small error of one subpar study session. And that 0.5-degree error that you had, maybe whatever the reason might be that you were trying to do quants and you were not able to solve a few questions, and that put you off. The reason could be that you were distracted by something that was happening around you. The reason could be that you were not motivated or energized for that session. The reason could be that you did not bring your 100% A game into the session today. It could be anything. So one study session, and if it starts becoming a habit, if it starts becoming a regular thing over a period of 400 study sessions, the effect is magnified so much that you are 20 questions away from the guy who's getting a 99.5 percentile. It's as simple as that. So when we now this is not just a motivational session, because my focus in this session is also to talk about stuff that what is the theory behind all this, what is the structure behind all this. I mean, is there some useful or some structure which we can identify, or can we have some actually doable stuff when we talk about quality of thought? So ultimately, bottom line, as I then said, in life in general, I always talk about this, that your focus should be on controlling your next 5 minutes. Even a study session, if you're studying for a study session for 3 hours, you cannot, if I'm studying for a study session at 11 a.m. on a Monday morning, and my target is to study till 2 p.m., my excellence does not need to be controlled here. My excellence needs to be controlled. When I sit at 11 a.m., I can only control my excellence till 11:05. I only have control, some degree of control over the next 5 minutes. So as far as I can execute my next 5 minutes of excellence and continuing doing this, I should be good in whatever I do. And the day you teach yourself, how to sit for 3 hours when you're preparing for CAT, the day you teach yourself how to sit for 3 hours and create a solid, strong study session for yourself, that is the day you have created the 0.5-degree change in your path. And that is the day where you digress or go off the beaten track and go into the track that spells success. So that for me, when I train students for this exam, for me, the first thing that I would want to evaluate with each of my students is, are you doing this? Are you someone who has enabled the ability to create those 3 Rs? Or are you somebody who's still disabled because you have not created those 3 Rs? So what is the theory around controlling your thought? Let me start coming to this. Now let's do a small experiment. And this experiment is, I want you to think of a camel. Right? You'll have to now think along with me as I talk. Thanks, Parijat. Thanks for that comment. Wonderful lines he talks about. So let's do I want to take you through a small experiment. Think of a camel. Now I'll tell you. So is everybody thinking of a camel? Can I get a few yeses on the chat? Think of a camel. Is everybody thinking of a camel? Yes? Right. So now do not think of a camel. Do not think of a camel. Do not think of the camel. Did the camel go away? Do not think of the camel. Did the camel go away? It did not, right? So let's try this another way. Let's try this another way. Think of a camel. Think of an elephant. Think of a deer. Think of a pen. Think of a paper. Think of a glass. Think of a spectacle. Think of a mic. Think about your phone. Think about your father. Think about your mother. Did the pen go away? Did the elephant go away? Yes, no. Did the camel go away? It did, right? So what am I trying to show you here? In your day-to-day life, in your day-to-day work sphere, there are two ways of thinking. One is towards thinking, and this is coming from it's coming from the logic, or it's coming uh, from the discipline of something called neuro-linguistic programming. What I'm going to talk to you about next is something that you learn if you study neuro-linguistic programming in life. And that is that there are two ways to think about something. There is towards thinking, and there is away from thinking. When I told you, think of the camel, and then I told you, do not think of the camel, I was using away from thinking for you. And when you use away from thinking, you fixate more and more on the outcome or on what you're trying to get away from. So when you talk about, I want to, let's say a lot of people who are overweight in life, when they tell themselves, I want to lose weight, the focus is on the weight, and you will always struggle to do it. It is always better to move towards something than trying to go away from something. The opposite, do the same thing. You want to do the same thing? I want to get fit. When you tell yourself this, your mind starts focusing on the fitness. It does not focus on the weight. When you keep thinking about weight, you're thinking negative. When you start thinking about fitness, you think towards the positive direction, and you'll see that it becomes much easier to drive. Just like when I moved you from the camel to the elephant, to the pen, to the mic, to the phone, to the glass. When I moved you away from the camel towards something else, your mind automatically went to that direction. Right? So, and there is a parallel school of thought around this. And that is, I mean, of course, you all realize that when you are sitting for that 3-hour study session, and you are trying to sit for those 3 hours study session, you have to mainly manage your mind, right? You have to manage your mind from negative influences. I always talk about you have to manage your mind so that you bring out peak performance. You bring out peak performance on the day, on that time, at that time. And all of us have experience, right? So Hardik says that trying to leave cigarettes and I want to quit smoking. When you keep telling yourself quit smoking, your focus is back on the smoking. And if you instead focus on get healthy and you associate that the cigarette is stopping you from getting there, you will see that you will get more power. It is a small change, but you'll see that there'll be more power in yourself, in your mind, to actually your mind will experience less resistance. I mean, you have seen this with a child. A child is crying for a toy, and you keep telling him, I'll not give you the toy, I'll not give you the toy. And he'll keep crying even more for it. Instead of that, you tell him, take this ice cream. Instead of that, you make him run. Let's go run after a dog. Whatever you do, the moment you distract his mind, he's fine. The toy has gone away. Right? And so bottom line essentially is the management of your mind for peak performance. And as I was saying, all of us have experienced peak performance. You've experienced it, I have experienced it. The problem is peak performance comes very rarely. Mostly it comes by accident. It mostly comes by accident. Imagine a situation, imagine a you. Yeah, it's true with every habit. What I'm trying to tell you is true with every habit. But now let's come back to this. Imagine a you who can summon, who can call peak performance. So if I was asked this question, ki Arun Sharma, in your 16 years of education, do you remember one study session where you achieved the maximum outcome, where everything fell into place and you had what was the greatest study session? So I can actually recollect one specific study session. It was a 4-hour study session. It started at approximately 10:15 a.m. in the morning and it finished at around 2:30 p.m. that day. And this was during my 4th year of engineering. It was during my 7th semester exam. So I often think about this and I tell people who care to listen to me that अगर ये वाला study session मैंने जिंदगी भर किया होता, I was a very average school and college student. But if I had done this study session across 16 years of education, forget 16 years, even if I had just started using this level of focus and intensity, and if I had been able to summon this level of focus and intensity during my 9th standard to 4th year engineering, if I had done that, my academic outcomes would have been completely different. My 10th, 12th, everything, I would have been topper right through. Because I later realized that, I mean, once I started tracking the CAD, I realized that there was no paucity of intelligence in my ability to think. So now when I'm telling you the story, let me tell you the full story. So what is the background behind this? I told you, most times I mean, as I said, if I ask you this question, you will also be able to pinpoint a few study sessions here, there, where you actually achieve great performance. Yes, no? Tell me that. And as I wait for that, let me also tell you the story behind this. मेरा स्टोरी क्या था? मेरा स्टोरी ये था कि उस दिन 10 AM to 2 PM हम लोग का एग्जाम था. It was my 7th semester exam. And 7th semester exam हम लोग का इस तरह से होता था कि 1 day exam, 1 day break, next day exam, next day break, next day exam, next day break. Then weekend आ जाता था तो उसके बाद 2 days break and then next day exam and next day break, next day exam. इस तरह 10 दिन में 5 पेपर खत्म होते थे. And what had happened, I used to do my studies. I had a study partner, one of my school friends used to sit with me, and we used to study for my engineering papers during the last 10-15 days, and we used to push each other. So what happened is that before this exam, the previous day we could not prepare for this exam because I mean, this was an easier paper than others, but इसका preparation ही नहीं हुआ हम लोग का इस पेपर का. और यहाँ पे एग्जाम था अगला पेपर का. तो हम लोग जब रात को अराउंड 12 o'clock 1 o'clock सुबह 10 बजे पेपर था, we are trying to study and we realized that we are not prepared for this exam. And we are feeling tired also. 2-3 एग्जाम दे चुके थे, 4-5 दिन से सोए नहीं थे. तो we said कि चलो आज we will bunk the exam. We will bunk this exam. And when we decided to bunk the exam, we went to the college. 9:30 AM we reached the college and we met all our friends. And in the college, I was in a college called MIT Pune, private engineering college. We met all our friends and उनको बताया कि हम लोग आ नहीं रहे एग्जाम में. They were almost shocked to see that because we are okay students. और हम लोग बोले नहीं हम लोग डिसीजन ले चुके हैं, तुम लोग जाओ, हम लोग नहीं जा रहे हैं. और जब वो लोग एग्जाम हॉल में चले गए तो एग्जाम हॉल में जब तक वो लोग नहीं गए थे तब तक पूरा भीड़ था बाहर में. तो वी आर ऑल टॉकिंग विद एवरीबॉडी. एंड देन when everybody went to the exam hall and me and my friend Rajiv was standing outside, there was a complete silence on the college campus. And then we felt very uncomfortable. And then we got back home and it took us 10-15 minutes to get back home. और 10-15 से लेके हम लोग बैठ गए पढ़ने के लिए. And the next time we looked up, it was already 2:15 2:30. और वो स्टडी सेशन मेरे लाइफ का मोस्ट प्रोडक्टिव स्टडी सेशन था. Unfortunately, during my school and college career, I could never summon it. It was always by accident. There were a few more study sessions. Class 3 में my parents had installed a Ganpati idol in my house. So उनके साथ गणपति के साथ मैं बैठ जाता था सामने बैठ के, and I used to study. And suddenly from coming 15-20th in class, I came second in class that semester. So those kind of things happened in my life, but it was always accidental. And you know, this story I will corroborate with one more story. There was a student of mine very early in my 4th or 5th year of teaching. There was a student of mine, Kirti Mohan Ghosh. Kirti is now a partner in a venture capital firm, so he's made it big in life. So Kirti, when he came to me, he was an IIT Kharagpur graduate. He was a topper from IIT Kharagpur. And from IIT Kharagpur, those days, L&T used to be one of the top placements. So he was an L&T for 2 years. And then after that, he had joined Hindustan Times and he was working for 1 year at Hindustan Times. So IIT Kharagpur plus 3 years of experience. And that is when he came to me. And when I looked at his profile, he was a topper of class 12th. He was the school topper of class 10th. He was the city topper of class 12th. I was of course in Patna at that time, and he belonged to Patna only. So he was the city topper of class 12th. So completely outstanding academic profile. और कीर्ति का जब कैट दिया तो ही गॉट कॉल्स फ्रॉम बैंगलोर, कैलकाटा, लखनऊ, इंदौर, कोझिकोड. उस टाइम 6 IIM होते थे. ए डिड नॉट कॉल हिम फॉर some reason. He missed out on A. He got B, C, L, I, K calls, and he converted all of them. He converted B, C, L, I, K, all five he converted. Then after that, he joined C and was the topper at IIM Calcutta. And when he passed out of IIM Calcutta, 2 years later, he came back with the highest paying job on campus that year. Now, that's not why I'm telling you this story. So obviously, I used to get involved. I do get involved with my students during the preparation structure. So I got to know Kirti Mohan Ghosh, very interesting character. And I told him, I mean, I used to obviously tell him that all of us admire what you've done. He said, sir, it was not always like this. And then he told me the backstory. And he says that I was a very, very poor student during school. I said, तुम क्या बात कर रहे हो? 10th में तुम टॉपर थे. तुम स्कूल टॉपर थे 10th में. तुम क्या बात कर रहे हो? बोला नहीं सर, मेरा स्टोरी ये है कि आई वाज वेरी बैड, स्पेसिफिकली इन मैथ्स आई वाज वेरी बैड. और क्लास नाइन्थ के सेमेस्टर एग्जाम में, हाफ ईयर एग्जाम में, आई फेल्ड इन मैथ्स. He said that I got some 37, 38 out of 100. And he says that I went to my teacher and asked my teacher, कि why did you not give me grace marks? 40 नंबर पे पास कर जाता मैं. मेरे दोस्तों को आपने ग्रेस मार्क्स दे दिया है, आपने मेरे को ग्रेस मार्क्स क्यों नहीं दिया? 2 ही मार्क की जरूरत थी मुझे, आप मेरे को पास कर सकते थे. And I still respect that teacher who replied to him, कि कीर्ति, I did not give you grace marks because you do not need grace marks. Somebody like you should not need grace marks. And he says that, I mean, normally imagine a student class 9th के सेमेस्टर एग्जाम में जो फेल कर रहा है, उसका ये आउटकम तो नहीं रहता है लाइफ में. फर्स्ट टाइम 12th में सिटी टॉपर, फर्स्ट टाइम अलॉन्ग विथ 12th दिया, IIT खड़गपुर चला गया, फर्स्ट अटेम्प्ट में जेई क्रैक कर लिया, वहां पे टॉपर, IIM कैलकाटा का टॉपर. ये फ्लैट पैटर्न. आई मीन, इफ यू लुक एट a student who's in class 9th failing in semester exam right now today in, let's say, in Delhi, in Pune, any city in India, उसको तुम ये ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड 6 साल बाद ऐसा ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड तो एक्सपेक्ट नहीं करोगे उसका. So Kirti says that when this teacher talked to me for half an hour that day, and he tried to tell me why he's not given me grace marks and he motivated me. He says then some switch turned in my life, in my mind, and I came back home and I started studying. और मैं पढ़ाई करने लगा, और ऐसा पढ़ाई किया मैंने, उसके बाद 1.5 साल की मैं 10th का टॉपर बन गया. I topped the maths also across the city. I got 100 out of 100. Right? So my point is that many a times the turnaround is just round the corner. Each one of you is facing challenges of learning, challenges of overcoming your fears, etc. You're facing those. But imagine this, and bottom line is this. I mean, you don't need to do there's no rocket science to it. You improve the quality of your study sessions, you take it sky high, you improve the quality of this, everything will fall into place. और जब तक तुम ये नहीं कर सकते हो, तुम कुछ भी कर लो, तुम्हारा नहीं होने वाला. That pilot who makes a 0.5 degree error goes to Moscow, he does not go to London. Please remember that. The pilot who makes a 0.5 degree error will go into the mountains in Siberia. He will not reach London. And my point is, what if you can summon excellence? What if you can actually, and I did this for myself when I help students do this, I do this to myself and I had to say, okay, now Arun Sharma, you're on, you're performing. What if you can do that? What will it mean for you? So the second bit of theory about, I mean, one is that you have to get away from away thinking and move towards thinking. I'll give you one more example of this. I'll give you one more example of this. You have an option. Let's say today, 2 o'clock, you have an option. watch the match, or do a 2 hour study session? दो ऑप्शन है तुम्हारे पास at 2 p.m. today, right? You keep telling your mind, let's say you force your mind to do this. You force yourself ki nahi, I'm a good boy, I should do this. And in your mind you're thinking, I do not have to watch the match, I do not have to watch the match, I do not have to watch the match. जितना तुम मैच के बारे में सोचोगे, इवन विद द डू नॉट, तुम्हारा माइंड डू नॉट नहीं करेगा, वो मैच को बड़ा करता जाएगा तुम्हारे माइंड के अंदर. Instead of that, if you tell yourself this, कि यार 2 से 4 पढ़ाई कर लेता हूँ, I'll feel great after this, I want to feel great about myself, I want to feel great about myself. Hence, let me do a high quality study session 2 to 4. उसके बाद मैं मैच देख लूंगा. ऐसे भी वनडे मैच है, 8 घंटा चलेगा, तो मैं 4 बजे के बाद देख लूंगा. बट आई एम मूविंग टूवर्ड्स फीलिंग ग्रेट, एंड हेंस आई एम डूइंग दिस. देखना तुम्हारा एक्साइटमेंट लेवल चेंज हो जाएगा. तुम जब अपने आप को फोर्स कर रहे हो कि मेरे को मैच नहीं देखना है, मैच नहीं देखना है, तो बहुत विल पावर चाहिए होता है, बहुत विल पावर चाहिए होता है. You know, I don't know, some of you might be knowing about this. 2 years ago, I started a fitness journey for myself. And you can see it in my videos on my YouTube channel. If you see my videos in 2021, 2020, even my core videos, some of them are recorded when I was that earlier version of myself. Abhi tum dekhoge to you will see that I'm 15 kilos later. Right? And part of the fitness journey, it started with tennis. It started with playing half an hour, 45 minutes of tennis. Now I can play 4 hours of tennis, of singles, without stopping. I don't have an issue. At my age, I'm 53 years old, and I can play 3 to 4 hours with 30-year-old people. वो लोग थक जाएंगे, मैं नहीं थकूंगा. And part of my journey, fitness journey, once it started and I started following this thing, last year, June, I learned how to run. A friend of mine who is from the US, he explained to me how to run long. So I started my running journey last year, June. And I started with 5 kilometers. I started with 5 kilometer runs, and 5 kilometers used to be a challenge because 3 ke baad I used to, after 3 kilometers, I used to start to need willpower for the first 2 months. I used to need willpower. I need you to put a lot of pressure on myself to complete karo. Then after a few 5 kilometer runs, maybe 20, 30 5 kilometer runs, one day at 5 kilometers, I was feeling okay. I was feeling okay. I was telling myself, abhi to kuch hua hi nahi, my heart rate is fine, my legs are feeling fine. So that day I challenged myself कि 10 kilometer करते हैं. I challenged myself 10 kilometer करते हैं. तो when I started doing it, तो 7-8 तक आराम से हो गया. 7-8 तक आराम से हो गया. And the first time I did 10 kilometers, I took 93 minutes to do it. First time I did 5 kilometers, I took 45 minutes to do it. Gradually, it has now come down to 30 minutes. I can do 5 kilometers in 30 minutes, which is pretty okay. I mean, I know that I can improve my speed if I do a little bit of speed work. But ठीक है, मेरे लिए my objective is not to beat any marathon records. But yes, so 93 minutes. Or then I started doing 5 and 10. I started doing alternating between these two. And when I was doing 10, I would do a slightly slower first 5. Instead of 30, 32 minutes, I would do 35, 37 minutes. So that I had the intensity or the fuel left inside me to do the remaining. So gradually this time started coming back down to 70, 75 minutes, 75, 77 minutes. Currently my fastest 10K is around 75 minutes. And then one day I decided, let's go to 15. This is around 15, 20 days back. So I started saying that, okay, at 10 you're feeling pretty okay. तो चलो 15 किलोमीटर करते हैं. राइट, 10 तक ठीक लग रहा है. 75 मिनट्स के बाद योर हार्ट इज फाइन, योर लेग्स आर फाइन, चलो 15 करते हैं. So the first day I was doing 15, I started with that objective, कि 15 kilometers करना है. And 3 kilometers, around the 2-3 kilometer mark, my body started feeling. Matlab, I started feeling very heavy on the legs. My heartbeat was high, and I was starting to feel my thighs were paining, and it was like I was dragging myself. And then I asked myself, "Ki, why is this happening?" And I recall, I mean, what I immediately worked out, because I keep talking about all these things to people. What is happening is I'm thinking 15, and I'm taking my next step. I'm running my next step while I'm thinking as 15 kilometer karna hai. And that's the wrong way to think. It's just the next 5 minutes you have to manage. So I told myself in my run, I said, can you enjoy your next step? Let's just focus on the next step. And let's just focus on the enjoyment of the next step. Let's just focus on the enjoyment of the next step. Can I do that? And the moment I started doing that, I just focused on my next step and the next step and the next step and the next step. The next time I looked at my watch on my Apple Watch for the distance, I was already done with 9 kilometers. And that day I ran 1 hour 59 minutes for 15 kilometers. And now my timing for 15 kilometers is down to around 1 hour 12 minutes. 1 hour 52 minutes, 112 minutes. And I can do 15 kilometers. I need willpower after 12-13. For the first 12 kilometers, my heart is absolutely fine, my legs are fine. And that's the messaging I've given to myself. And I'm telling myself, okay, 15 kar sakte ho, to 20 bhi kar sakte ho. So I'm almost ready for a half marathon without stopping a single time. Now I'm telling you the story because it's the same logic here. In a running this thing, it's just the next step. In a study session, you just have to manage your next 5 minutes. If you start thinking मेरे को 4 घंटा बैठना है, तो नहीं होगा. It's just the next 5 minutes. And the second bit of theory, I mean, there are 4-5 dimensions, 5-7 dimensions I want to bring to you on the quality of thought, and that's why this is going to be a course, not just a single session of motivation. The second dimension is that there is something called the 7 plus minus 2 rule of your conscious mind. And you experience this rule when we did the camel experiment. There's something called the 7 plus minus 2 rule of your conscious mind. That means your mind, your conscious mind, cannot be aware of more than 7 things. Extremely perceptive people, I mean, the greatest, most perceptive people might be able to go to 9. Most of us normally have only 5 things we can think of at a certain time. So that's why when I pushed the elephant and the pen and the mic and the glass into your mind, the camel went away because there was no space for it. Right? So what you do in these 5 thoughts, what is occupying those 5 thoughts, is always something you can control. What is the language you're using in your head? What is the message you're giving to yourself? What is the belief you're bringing to that moment? So if you're sitting for a quant study session and your belief is कि मेरे से तो maths होता नहीं. I was telling yesterday in the Ask Me Anything session in the batch yesterday evening, I was telling people this question. Most people who sit for maths, they come with wrong beliefs. मेरे से तो होना नहीं वाला because कभी हुआ नहीं है. So I was giving them this example. Let's say you want to go from city X to city Y, and this is the journey. Let's say it's a 500-kilometer journey. And there are 5 people who start this journey. A is going in a Ferrari car. B is going in a Maruti 800. C is going on a moped. D is walking. E is crawling. Any reason why E cannot reach? Any reason why E cannot reach Y? कि सिर्फ ए पहुंचेगा, ए और बी पहुंचेंगे, सब लोग पहुंच जाएंगे ना. द ओनली रीजन व्हाई ही कैन नॉट रीच इज ही डज नॉट कंटिन्यू फॉर लॉन्ग इनफ. पहुंच सब जाते हैं. So that's the example I was telling them. When somebody was saying कि बाकी लोग से इतना आसानी से होता है, forget them. अपने जर्नी पे concentrate करो ना. अपने अपने जर्नी, your journey is your own. Concentrate on it and focus on getting to the end. You will reach the end. Right? So everybody will reach. Everybody reaches their goals as far as they're ready to do it long enough. That's the message. And start to try to control these 5 things, these 5 thoughts that your mind has. Whenever you have a disabling thought, do not try to get rid of it, push it out. When your mind space is organized, is getting compromised because there's a disabling thought inside it, don't try to get rid of it. Bring in an enabling thought and push it out. That's the 2 takeaways from today. One is the use of towards thinking, and the second is the use of the 7 plus minus 2 rule of your conscious mind. I'll give you more structural inputs in the next session, which we'll do next in the next Magic Sunday. Please start using this and start communicating to me on your this thing. The other message, big message was at every pace, if you're going from Delhi to Lucknow, no matter what your pace is, even the person who's walking will reach, even the person who's on a moped will reach, even the person on a Ferrari will reach. The destination, everybody reaches the destination. Only thing you have to do is you have to be ready. He has to be ready. These people have to be ready to move a little bit longer than these people. Right? So I hope you guys enjoyed this session. Meenakshi ma'am is waiting for her session now. And there are many more things to this aspect which I'll talk about in the next class. Do send me feedback on my personal phone about how you found the session and what are your takeaways from the session. Do write a small note and send me a personal message. Right? Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to today's session. So, a very good morning to all of you. Almost good afternoon, actually. So, good afternoon. And I hope you can hear me. And we will start our session in a minute. Just upload my files. So, hi, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Hardik, and all others who are there. So, welcome to today's session. And we are going to be talking about communication and how to be better at communication. So, I am not going to be talking very theoretically, although I have a PPT and things like that with me. But I am not going to be only talking about what is there. Rather, I'm going to be talking about real life, day to day things that we need to know in communication. And I have a short slot today just to make you start your work. And of course, we'll be having more of these sessions. So good afternoon, Anubhav, Aradhya, and all others who are there. And I hope the people who have logged in from Zoom can also hear me and see my screen, video, etc. So there is no issue whatsoever. And let's start off today's work. So basically, when we are talking about communication, so communication, of course, is many types: verbal, non-verbal, etc. And verbal communication in today's world is as important as non-verbal communication. So when we are talking about verbal communication, of course, I mean, you will be having a lot of language related things. So whether you are speaking English or not, communication is still happening. And whether it is happening by gestures or by language or by writing or by speaking, it's right there in front of all of us. Many people say, I do not have good communication skills. Or many people say, I am not a good communicator. So don't confuse communication with the knowing or being a good English speaker or not. If you are good in English or not so good in English, that's very different from whether you can communicate well or not. So sometimes you don't need to be so good in your language, but if you are effective in your gestures, in the words that you're using, even short sentences, that works in communication. So let me tell you that being an expert in English language is not a prerequisite meaning not a necessary thing for being a good communicator. And that is what I would like to start with. So any and all of you who are thinking that I'm not good in English, so I'm not a good communicator, is something that you need to get rid of immediately. Now, I mean, people who are, I'll give you an example. Mr. Shashi Tharoor, he's supposedly so fluent and, so good in English. We all consider him as our, ideal in communication or whatever. But many times what has happened is that the words that he's using is not understood by us. So in that case, what happens? His communication is lost. So he's very good in English, but he may not be a great communicator when it comes to the masses. Or, the kind of maybe when he was working in the United Nations in the capacity that he was, in that his excellent English skills were needed. But in today's world, when he's working as a person of the country, then maybe he needs to tone down his language. So make it more applicable to those who he is speaking. I'm not no bias at all. I consider him a great communicator, but it communication has to be directed towards your audience, not trying to use fancy things and fancy language or jargons so as to confuse your masses. So one thing is there, you want to confuse people and get away with it. That is also good. In today's world, scams also work. So you just confuse everybody with what you've said, and that's fine. But if you're going into an interview, you're having a group discussion in your day-to-day corporate life, in your college life, if you are communicating, even when you are communicating to your juniors, your superiors, your daily help, I mean, the people who are working in your homes, if you are not communicating the way they understand, your communication is lost. So first and foremost, you have to, before you create a PPT and before you create your whatever you want to talk about in your communication, see your audience. That is the first rule of communication. Look at your audience. Look at your audience, I mean that know your audience, who they are and what they want to hear, right? Like today, you want to become a good communicator for your interviews, in your day-to-day life, in maybe once you join the corporate. But if I just talk about the theory of business communication with you, it's not going to help you today. So I have to look at you, what you want. And similarly, you have to look at what your audience wants, even if it's one single person whom you are going to talk to. And then you have to communicate. Then what you want to say, of course, then becomes a part of it. So what first, what the person is, what he or she wants to hear, and what you want to say. These become the three cardinal points of communication. And I'll skip a few slides if you don't mind. And effective communication, of course, are all of these things, as you can see: your team meeting, teaching a class, group discussion, asking for a raise, yearly appraisal, issue instructions to your staff, client interaction, brainstorming sessions at a business dinner, etc. So then let's come to the 3 M's of communication. Now, the 3 M's of communication are your messenger, medium, and message. So the messenger is you are giving the communication. Then, of course, what is the medium? Whether it's just an audio thing, a podcast kind of just an audio thing, an audio visual like we are having just now, or a face-to-face communication where you are not needing a medium, it's direct, it's on the telephone, it's on the email. So you'll have to work according to that. When you're writing in a written communication, the message will be the same, but the way of communicating will be different, because when you are orally communicating, when you are visually communicating, then body language say a lot of things जो है वो समझ में आ जाती है. I hope you don't mind if I use mixed language, or if you want me purely speaking in English, that's I'm good with that only. So, but I would prefer to use a mixed language so that I could reach to more of you. So when you are communicating with the people, you in an audio visual or a face to face, since you are gesturing, you are smiling, or you are frowning, what happens is that in many times, even if you skip a few words of your communication, it is not lost. People understand what you're saying. But in case of an email or a letter or something like that, where you are not speaking, in that case, you have to write down everything. And you cannot assume that the person knows about it. You have to create a context also of your message. So then in that case, medium becomes important, whether to shorten your message, whether to lengthen your message, what all you have to put there. Because say if we start talking and you are not understanding the context about what I'm speaking, you can ask me, because we are face to face, we have a chat going on. Maybe you can unmute yourself also or whatever. But if I'm sending you an email or a letter, then that is not possible. So I have to assume what all you need to know about the communication before I start my actual message. The context, as we talk about, the context has to be built, and then your message has to start. So that is something that you need to know about. And Then, of course, your dressing sense, your have you made your points, and how do you communicate? All of these are there. But let us come now to the most important thing that I want to talk about communication, the 3 C's of communication. And by the 3 C's, I mean content is what you're going to speak about, clarity, how clearly you speak, and conviction. Conviction means the confidence, the belief with what you speak. Because if you don't believe in yourself, the person whom you are communicating to will also not believe you. So that is something that we have to remember while communicating. So let us first come to the content part. What all things are there in the content that you need to know? So in this, what do you want to communicate? Now, there's a lot of things that are very important in your communication, in the sense that, say, if you are giving an interview and the interviewer is asking, tell me about yourself, and you start with, I am a native of Bihar. I was born in Patna. Then I spent some time in Allahabad, now known as Prayagraj. And then I did my schooling and education. And finally, I did my post graduation from XYZ college or institution. Now, already 20-30 seconds have passed, and your interviewer has lost interest in you already, because where you were born and brought up is really not making any difference as of now to what I am, or who you are. So then, in that case, the first few seconds, when you know that you are in an interview, every minute is counting, every minute is important, then in that case, what do? You focus on the must. What are the 3 important points or the 5 important points about myself that I have to tell the interviewer? Because that is what I have come to communicate. And I miss that in my background message, wherein I'm talking about my school or college or place of birth or where I spent my childhood. No. So then what do? I focus immediately on what I want to say. So then I rephrase my communication and I talk about the must say things. So each of you, when you are facing an interview, which you will at any point of your life, or a very important place where you are making a presentation or something like that, you have limited time, then focus on the must. So if I am, say, going to a publishing house to talk about my new book, which I want them to publish, what do I talk about? Do I say, I have written this book, it is a very good book, you should publish it? Are they going to consider me? Tell me. Because so many people come to them and they say, oh, I have written this very good book and please publish this. So tell me, are they going to consider me seriously without knowing anything about me? I just go, to the interview and I say, I have, please publish my book. It is a very good book. No, they are not going to publish my book. But when I go and I say that I'm an established author with McGraw-Hill for the last 25 years. My books on CAT for verbal ability and reading comprehension are bestsellers. I've also written about other competitive exams. I've been teaching for 25 plus years in my domain. And now I want to go beyond my CAT books and publish something about, say, some other exam, or say about being an effective communicator or whatever. Now, will I get more consideration in the second, presentation that I'm giving, or in the first one? I mean, anybody in your sleep also, you will say in the second points, in the second set of points that I said, because I talked about the things that are relevant to them. They are owning a publishing house. They want somebody who sells, or at least who, if I'm a new author, at least I have the important credentials. Okay, I have been an experienced teacher, I have taught people, and I know my subject. At least that is established, even if I am not an author. So the must of the communication has to be, again, what your audience expects. Why? Otherwise, I'm just wasting their time, because their time is as precious as my time. So if they are giving me time, I have to tell them the things that are important for them to make the decision whether to accept me as their new author or not. Similarly, when you go to the interview and you start talking about your school, college, and childhood, which may not be relevant to them, in selecting or giving you a position, a seat in their management institute or in any other college, or if you are a UPSC aspirant, or going for a government exam, giving you a position. So then you have to focus on your story and on the things. So if you are giving an MBA interview, or you are giving say interview for a bank PO, or even for a UPSC interview, then you talk about things that are important to them. You talk about things about what you have achieved in life, not just your marks, who you are as a person. When they ask, tell me about yourself, it has to be about what makes who you are. And that is your story. So for you, the homework for today is create a life book for yourself. And when I take my first interview session, I tell this to all my students the last so many years: create a life book. Even if you are in college right now, start writing about things that are important for you, about you. So, any achievements, any skills that you have acquired, any extracurriculars that you do, your past life, that is your school life, from say class 5th to class 12th, any achievements, any things, not just, um, academic, even personal. Like, you were the children who have faced COVID. So in COVID times, many of us were Corona warriors, as they said, and did a lot of good for people in and around them. Were you one of them? Or in your day-to-day life, have you gone beyond your daily eating, drinking, playing, and studying? Have you gone beyond that and done something? Even in your personal life, please do pen that down. Your strengths, your weaknesses. Please don't say that I don't have any weaknesses, because everybody has weaknesses. If you ask me, I can list down 20, 30, 40 weaknesses that I have. And the more you know yourself, the better you can talk about yourself. So before an interview and from today onwards, I want you to create a small, you can, if you're comfortable with, of course, all of you are comfortable with computers, you can just create that live book, create a Word doc or an Excel sheet or whatever, notes, whatever you want, or just write it down, plain, pen and paper, whatever you prefer, just like a diary. Make a diary about yourself. Start writing down things. Whenever you remember, okay, this is something that I want to pen down about myself, please do start writing about it, because that is going to help you later on. You can pick and choose, okay, what do I write in this answer that has come in the big interview sheet that has come to me? That helps you. Okay, so this was the content. What you must say has to be communicated first. Then you can add on the extra important points, the should. And finally, random things like I enjoy traveling and listening to music. These are the could. You could add. If the interview says, okay, go on, keep talking about yourself after 1 or 2 minutes, then you can talk about those extra points. But the first must has to be the most important things. Then we come to the clarity. The clarity with which, not just with which you speak, but the clarity of your thoughts. If your thoughts are muddled up, then what comes out is also muddled up. Say if somebody is asking you for directions to some place, and you go and you say, okay, you will go straight from here, and then you will see a traffic signal, and then you turn right from that traffic signal, and then you will see a big tree, a big people tree, and when you see that people tree, then you turn left from that people tree, and then you see a brown colored gate, and then you enter that gate. All right, now does this make too much sense? At least for me, it, or for somebody else, it may not make so much sense. If you say things like, when you go 400 meters straight down the road, you will straight away see a traffic signal. Take the first right from the traffic signal. You move 200 meters. If you are going on foot, you will take 3-4 minutes, and you will reach a place where there is a signboard of a Happy Valley School. When you see the Happy Valley School signboard, you take the left, the first left, that is right next to it. And then when you look towards your right hand side, you will see another board which is which is the destination, whatever that place that the person wants to go, and you enter there. So the visual mapping, which one was better? The one about the people tree and the brown gate, or one about the 400 meters and the 200 meters, and you turn left and right and you see the Happy Valley School board? Which was more visually, which could you create better in your mind? The second one, right? So, of course, for people who have an artistic ability and all, the people tree might make more sense sometimes, yes. So, but many people might not know what a people tree or a banyan tree is and how to differentiate between it. And they might confuse the right tree with the wrong tree with the right tree. So, again, the clarity of your thought has to translate into the clarity of your communication. So, again, when you speak, you can't be too fast. You can't be too slow. Your words per minute matter. Again, when I'm talking normally with my friends or family, or even with my students one-to-one, I don't speak so slowly. I speak a little fast because I'm just communicating to one person who is in front of me, or 2-3 people who are my family members who know my style of speaking. My communication is faster. My words per minute are much more. But when I'm talking to a class, when I'm giving a presentation, when I'm doing public speaking, my words per minute become less, because you have to catch what I'm speaking. So I have to slow down my communication, but I don't have to slow it down so much that you start getting bored. So there is a very fine line between a slow communication and an adequate communication and a fast communication. That you have to decide. The best way to do it is start recording 1 minute of anything that you want to communicate. So that is your second takeaway from today's session. Start making these 1 minute videos. And today's age is the real age. But sadly, in the real age, we only do this and we dance and we jig and we wear nice clothes and we do a lot of makeup and, shoot ourselves. Please start communicating. So don't make a reel to publish. Make a reel for yourself. Say just today what you want to talk about. So if today you want to record, talk about the things that you learned in today's session, in the Magic Sunday sessions. So create a 1 minute video and see whether you were able to communicate properly what you wanted to say, what all you learned, or there was something lacking, because this is something that you have already known now. So create 1 minute videos every day about different topics, something that you read, something that you want to talk about, or it can be about yourself, some experience, and start looking at those videos, hearing them, show it to a couple of friends and ask them, can you understand what I'm saying? 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes, if you can hold your audience. This will happen over a period of 2 months. Give yourself 2 months to improve. How are you speaking? Sometimes I make my reels or my videos, which I put on YouTube or Insta, which I rarely do. But sometimes I don't like them. Although the others who see it, they say it's fine because they don't know my level of communication. So I feel that I've done a very bad job in this. Sometimes I don't post them at all because, you yourself are your worst critic. So we'll not go to that level that better is the worst enemy of good, but there can be improvement in communication for everybody at any point of time in their lives. So you and I can become better communicators every day than what we were yesterday. And for that, we have to keep evolving. We have to keep getting, feedback, getting better. So start these 1 minute videos. Randomly, just put on your camera and start speaking. How you are looking, how you are dressed does not matter at this point of time. How you are communicating, how you are speaking, how you are gesturing, and what you are speaking, that is only to be considered. And start making these videos. And I believe you can become a much better speaker just by practice. So that is the first takeaway was your life book, which I want you to make. Even if you don't want to give any exam or any interview, create that for yourself. It will just have good memories, bad memories, everything written down about yours. That will be only for you, but that is going to help you later on. The second thing is these 1 minute videos. And the third thing is start writing 5 lines, if not every day, at least twice, thrice a week, because today's generation does not like to write. So start writing 5, 6 lines, anything, even in your life book. If you're writing, that's also good. Invest in a diary or a normal copy, also exercise book of the school, 20, 30 rupees, you get a exercise notebook. Start writing 5 things. You can type also, but it's better that you write anything about anything that you want to write 2 days a week, because if you're not practicing, you are not going to improve. And the last thing is conviction. Conviction meaning the belief with which you speak. So if I am not confident of what I am speaking, you will not believe me. So the first and the foremost thing when you tell something about yourself or you tell anything about anything to some person, you have to believe in it first. If I say drinking water is good for health and I try to keep a glass of water next to me all the time, then in that case, I have to first believe in that drinking water is good. And then only you will believe it. If I say drinking water is good, oh, please can you give me a bottle of Pepsi? I'm feeling very thirsty. So you will say, oh, ma'am is drinking Pepsi and she's asking us to drink water. No, but if I say, and actually I believe that drinking water is important. And so, yes, you will also believe it. So anything that you say about yourself, if I say that I have been teaching for 25 years, I could be lying also. Of course, in today's world, you can document and check how old are my books and things like that. So you will find that there is proof. But just if you don't know me, if you're just going by my words, the belief with which I say it is something which will make you believe it. So first, the confidence and belief in yourself, that is conviction. See all these people who try to fool the others, all the scams that happen, they make you believe in the lies that they speak. So I'm not telling you to lie. I'm just telling you to speak the truth with more conviction. All right. So these are the 3 things that you need to start doing. Your life book, your 1 minute videos daily, that is non-negotiable, and your at least 5 lines of writing at least twice a week. I hope I'm not pushing you too much with this. And if you can, try to learn a few words. I'm an English teacher. So even if, it's not English words, Hindi words, any language, if you learn new words, you enrich your vocabulary, you enrich your mind, you enrich your language. So try to learn a few words daily, or one word or two words, or at least weekly. Keep pushing yourself, keep getting better. That is very, very important. And that, if you feel that, okay, I did something for myself today, I learned something different, that gives you a high. And that high cannot be compensated, or cannot be, because that high is the long term high that you get, not the ones that you get with drugs or alcohol. That might also be giving some people a high. That's okay, that's fine. But the high that you get with good work, with self improvement, is a high that is your achievement. It stays with you and it helps you. So self improvement, not just in communication, in your behavior, in your actions, in taking care of yourself. Again, how can you communicate if you are angry, irritated, sick? So taking care of yourself is also very, very important in the process of becoming a good communicator, a better person, a better worker, and creating better results. So that's what I wanted to communicate today to you. And if you have any questions, I'm good for the next 5 minutes. Of course, there are many more things that I want to talk about, so we'll be having more of these sessions. So I hope you got some takeaways from today's session. And I did not want it to be a very long session. I could have spoken at least for half an hour more. But then I just wanted to give you 2-3 things to do. And because if I overload you with things, the other teachers are also going to give you takeaways. So then you might not do it. You'll postpone it for tomorrow. So tell me, how many people are going to do at least 1, 2, or all of the things that I've talked about? Please give me my takeaway for today. How many of you are going to do stuff? Send me yes or me or yes, whatever. So Anubhav, the topics are up to you. You can just start talking about yourself first, Anubhav, and then you can talk about things that you learn, current affairs, anything that you read. So whatever you want. Right? So thank you, Kunal, Ravi, Jia, Samik, and Parijat. Thank you, Ravi, and all of you who are there. Thank you very much. So Darshan, yes. So Rajeshwari, sorry. Thank you. Right. So anything that you want to ask? Otherwise, you take a break for 10 minutes. Your next session will start at 12:45. Thank you very much. And please, you can send a personal feedback also to me. If you're part of Mindworkzz on the Magic Sunday group, you can send a personal feedback, or you can send it personally to me also. So thank you. Thank you very much. And what you want to learn more, please give me feedback on that also. We can, include those things in our Magic Sundays and in other sessions also. So thank you. God bless. Have a great life and have a good Sunday. I'll end now. Thank you. Kunal, life book has to include things about you, your achievements, your failures, your positives, your negatives, things that have motivated in your life, what things that have happened in your life, personal, professional, academic. Start with that. No, Nirmal, start speaking first spontaneously. Then you can have videos where you prepare and speak also. Okay? Both. So randomly, some videos should be just random, and some videos have to be prepared also. Do both, because then only you'll improve. Okay? So I need 2 key takeaways from you in the feedback that you sent to me. All right, 2 key takeaways that you got from today's session, from my session. Thank you so much. Bye bye. I will.
Right. So the CAT AI experience starts at 12:45, right? We will start this session at 12:45. Please take a break, drink some water, and do bring a notebook because in this session, I'll be showing you something which you probably do not notice when you are going through DI questions and when you're studying DI, or even if you're just starting. This is something which will be a pretty important session for all of you. So please come back at 12:45, bring a notebook, and I'll see you there, right? All right. So it is 12:45. That means we want to now start with the DI experience, the CAT DI experience, right? And of course, the session is going to be about something which a lot of people don't tell you actually. I mean, while I was preparing, this was something I found out on my own. And actually, to be honest, if I want to reword the title a little more, I actually want to talk about the question setter's perspective in the DILR section, right? So before I start, I just want to see and hope that all of you are active, right? So I know, I mean, you've been here since approximately 2 hours, 45 minutes now, since 10 a.m. But I believe you guys must have learned a lot of things till now as well. So just a couple of minutes more, right? I mean, around 45 minutes from my session and maybe an hour-ish for Vanessa's session. And then right, that's all, right? So just let me know in the chat, all of you who are here active, you can just write, hi, me, I'm here, I'm active, I'm geared up for the next session, right? For this session rather, right? Just in a way, mark your attendance so that, I also get to know you guys, right? Who all are here, and we'll have a fun time together in this session. Okay. Okay, great. Getting a few responses immediately. That's amazing. Kunal, Ravi, Aradhya. That's great. I'm sure a lot of other people as well. Parijat, Devash, Pranjal. Very nice, very nice. Some familiar names as well. Priyal, Rajesh, Sahil. Very nice. Very Rajeshwari, sorry. Uh, Darshan, Ronak. Very good, very good. Very nice. Great. So, okay. So let's start with the session. And the goal of today's session, before I come to this, rather, in fact, let me see if I can have a empty slide because I would want to start with the agenda. Yeah, I think I can put on slideshow from here. Right. So what I want to show you in today's session is that when you look at a question, all right, when you look at any kind of DI question or LR question, and when you are studying that, what I want you to focus on is that whatever kind of information you're given, all right, whatever information inside the set, be it a DI set or an LR set, which you're going to get, the information, each step of that information leads to a new news leads to new information which you unlock with in the puzzle you're solving. And sometimes what happens, and actually rather this is the beauty of the CAT level sets, is that these steps, they're very elementary, but to feel that they become elementary for you, you need to understand and you need to train your mind. Training your mind is very important because if you don't train your mind, with multiple different kinds of questions and sets, then when you will encounter CAT questions, CAT level questions, you will feel that, oh my God, this is so tough. This is something which is out of my league, right? So what I'm trying to tell you essentially, that a question, be it a CAT question, be it a question from the book, or any material you're going to solve, it is going to have some information, right? And each step which is given to you to solve that puzzle, each clue rather, which is given to you, leads to some kind of new information. which you unlock in the puzzle which you're solving. And why it's important to look at each step is because each step has its own significance. All right, each clue has its own significance inside the test, inside the set. What you'll notice, and through the question I'm going to walk you through today, what you'll actually notice is that if a specific step was not included, let's say these are the 5 steps, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, or 5 clues which are supposed to be there. So a cat level set will never give you an information twice. It will never give you an information twice. So that makes each and every step even more critical, right? And even more important to comprehend and extract the most amount of information that is possible, right? And coming back to what I was saying, if you end up removing even one single clue, you feel that, okay, this is such a normal clue, only such a small clue, and you end up removing that, you'll notice that the puzzle cannot be solved. So each clue, however easy to comprehend or however tough to comprehend it may seem, that particular clue, it has an equal amount of importance inside the DI puzzle or the LR puzzle you're going to solve. And what's very important is that you try to extract the most amount of information possible, because otherwise you'll actually feel lost. And the 90% of the reasons why people are unable to solve the DILR sets, even if they feel that they know how to solve, but they are unable to go through, is because they react. They look at a statement, they react to the statement. All right. But this statement from the question setter's perspective requires you to have, let's say, 3 reactions. And you do the most obvious reaction, something which we call as the obeying instructions. You obey the instructions. All right. But from those instructions, the 2 other steps which the question setter wanted you to do, but did not give it to you plainly or simply inside that that clue. That is what differentiates an 85 percentiler and a 99 percentiler in DILR. Trust me, that is the only thing. And if you want to go from a 99 percentiler to a 99.5 percentiler in DILR or a 99.9 percentiler in DILR, the only difference between this person and these people are that they react to the statement faster than the others. The skill set is the same. The only difference is that their reactions are faster. They've trained themselves so well that their reactions are much, much faster. All right. So let's now, without further ado, without wasting any more time, let's now go to the set, right? Let's now look at the set which we want to discuss. And here I'm technically breaking Mindworkzz protocol, which is that I am not supposed to cover any recent papers ke questions, because essentially you guys are supposed to give it inside a test as well. But I felt that here it was necessary for this session, because when I had given this paper, this was my first attempt, by the way, 2022 CAT, right, wherein I also gotten my 99 percentile in DLR for the first time. And of course, with my first attempt, I think I started preparing in mid of June, right? So what I realized was there are a few things when I actually came back and solved the set. I mean, inside the exam also, I was not able to go through this set entirely. There were some other sets which were a little simpler comparatively, which I felt on that day, which I was able to do to get my marks, and I was only able to do this partially inside the paper. But when I came out of the paper, and with me being teaching for almost 2.5, 3 years now, I feel that there are a lot of learnings from this set, right? And those learnings a normal person who just wants to teach you will probably not give you those learnings, right? I've actually, solved this set maybe 30 odd times, right? And each time I've honestly realized that it's a beautiful set, right? And there's a lot of key elements from a question setter's perspective which you really want to know before, while you are solving a question. And I mean, there's a lot of learnings which I am sure, apart from just understanding how to solve the set, is what is something which you're going to look at today. So let's look at the set. Adhara, Bithi, Chaya, Dhanvi, Esther, and Fatima. We like to refer to them as A, B, C, D, E, and F. These 6 people, right? There are 6 people. They're interviewers, right? And they're interviewers in a process that awards funding for new initiatives, right? And every interviewer individually interviews each of the candidates. Now, understand, here we are given the list of interviewers, okay? We are not given the list of candidates yet. So don't get lost here, ki, "Arey, where are the candidates? I don't know." All right. I don't know where the candidates are. Don't get lost there. Focus on what is being told to you. Every interviewer individually interviews each of the candidates individually. So the candidates are also interviewed individually and awards a token only if she recommends funding. So funding, it's like a startup, right? Startup. So it says, awards funding for new initiatives. New initiatives are also known as startups. There are, these interviewers are interviewing these candidates and they want to award funding. Funding basically means money for their ventures, right? A token. So the token, what is a token? The token which they award for funding. A token has a face value of 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, or 13, or 13. So that means one token cannot have 2 face values, right? A token will have only one face value, which is, prime numbers from 2 to 13, essentially, right? Each interviewer awards tokens of a single face value only. So A will probably award only one token to one token. He can award tokens to as many people as they want to, as many candidates. Okay. But they will award one token value only. All right. So if A is awarding the token value of 2, he or she will not award token value of 3 to somebody else. He or she is only allowed to give the token value of 2. That is the meaning of the statement, right? So again, here we've not come to the clues. This is a paragraph, right? This is a paragraph setting the tone, giving you the information about the passage. Yet there is so many individual elements which you need to understand, which you need to process. It's very important that you process each statement by itself. If you keep jumping forward, if you feel, okay, I'm reading the set, I want to understand everything quickly, I want to finish the set entirely fast, in a fast manner, you won't be able to do. You have to give each and every line the justice it requires, right? Again, moving forward, once all 6 interviews are over for a candidate, 6 interviews meaning there are 6 people interviewing, 6 interviews are going to happen. That means every candidate is going to get a chance to be interviewed by one of the persons, right? Be one of the interviewers. The candidate receives a funding that is rupees 1,000 times meaning multiplied, okay, times the product of the face values of all of the tokens. Now, this might be a little confusing. So for this, what CAT does, and this is oftentimes CAT does this, which is something, again, why they are, respected, why their questions are so beautiful and respected, is that this is a sort of an ambiguous statement. This is a confusing statement. So what they did was they gave you an example. They gave you an example to explain to you what what it means exactly. So, for example, if a candidate has tokens with face values 2, 5, and 7, so that means they got these 3 tokens, then that candidate gets a funding of rupees 1,000. So that means the initial 1,000 multiplied by 2 into 5 into 7. 2 into 5 into 7 is basically the face values. So what it's trying to say is that if any candidate gets 1 token, 2 token, 3 token, his total funding amount will be 1000 into this value, into this value, into this value. This is going to be equal to the funding value, right? I hope everybody is clear till here. I'm going to open the chat. I'm going to look at the chat for a moment, and I hope everything is clear till here. Please just confirm in the chat box. Before we move forward, of course. Got it? Clear? Okay, great. Very, very good. Very good. All right. So there's a small delay in the class. I mean, delay in the sense that when I say something, since it takes a little time to process it in terms of the internet and all of those things. What I'm going to say will probably reach to you 10 to 15 seconds after I say it. So whenever I'm going to look at the chats, I'm going to pause for 10-15 seconds. Please don't worry. Right, I'll wait for it to process and for you to hear it and for your responses on the chat before moving forward. Anyway, coming back to the set. So since nobody has any questions, which is great, which is very good. So let's move forward. So till here, and also before, again, sorry for digressing, but 2022 rather, was one of the years where people people felt that this paper was very, very tough. All right, and especially this slot. I'm not going to reveal the slot because I don't want you to remember this set when you're solving it as a previous year question. So this slot, when this paper came, it was actually one of the toughest slots. I'll be very honest, till 2022 at least. I mean, even when you compare it to 2023, this was one of the toughest slots, right? People actually, when they came out of the paper, they actually felt that, oh my God, this is so tough. But trust me, it's all about comprehending each and every line. It's always about that. However tough or easier question is, it's all about comprehending one step at a time. However much of a beginner or however experienced you are, it's always going to be the same. So coming back to the question, P, Q, R, S, and T were 5 candidates. Okay, great. So now we have some information about the candidates. So the candidates are P, Q, R, S, and T. And our interviewers are A, B, C, D, E, and F. Sorry. So they were the candidates who received funding, and the funding they received in descending order were 3,90,000, 2,10,000, 1,65,000, 77,000, and 66,000. So before we move forward, even though the question has not asked us to do anything, they have not asked us to do anything till now. They've just given us information. What can we do? What is a logical step to do? It is to find out whether we can make these values from these face values of tokens or not. That is a very logical step which we can go for. So if I write the tokens values here, 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, and 13, the first number, 13, 3,90,000. Now you need to understand this 3,90,000 is comprised of 1,000 into some XYZ number of tokens. Now, this could be 1 token, 2 token, 3 tokens, we don't know. But there is 1,000 involved in each of the each of the funding values, because these are funding values, right? So that means if this is equal to 3,90,000, the actual value of the multiplication of the tokens, which is this part, will actually be equal to, when you take this on the right hand side, when you divide 3,90,000 by 1,000, and you find out that the 3 zeros actually get cut, and the multiplication factor of the tokens is actually equal to 390. So that is something which you have to make. You don't have to make 3,90,000. You have to make 390 in terms of the multiplication. I hope this part is clear. I'm going to move forward a little. I'm going to explain how to get to 390 now, and then I'll just have a look at the chat whether you are understanding or not. So to make 390, you can initially see that 13 into 3 is a very simple multiplication to make 39, right? Now, if you want to add a 0 at the last, this is a tip for all of you. To add a 0 to the last of any number, all you need to do is multiply that number by 10, right? And if you want to multiply that number by 10, you actually have to multiply by 2 into 5. Why? Because 5 into 2 is 10 and 13 into 3 is 39. Now, why am I not trying this with any other numbers? Like any other numbers, like 39 into 1 also can make, and 39 into 1 into 2 into 5 can also make 3,90,000. But why am I not doing that? Is because the tokens have these particular values as their face value. So I can only take these values. Okay, I can only take these values to multiply to form the actual funding which they are receiving. Is everybody clear till how I got to 390 here and hence 3,90,000? I'm going to open the chat once more, and I'm just going to have a look if everybody is on board till here. All right, I'm going to go very slow. Right, I don't want to overburden or overwhelm you guys with the set, because if I end up going a little faster, you might feel that the set is a little trickier than it really is. So I just want to go one step at a time. All I'm doing is I am just finding out how to make 390, which is 13 into 3 into 2 into 5. That's all, right? So this is clear to all of you, which is great. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to maintain a repository of this. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write 390, for example. 390 is equal to 13 into 3 into 2 into 5. Similarly, my other numbers, for example, 210, I'm going to list down the numbers, which is 7 into 3 is 21, right? And then 2 into 5 again gets me to 210. 165, okay, this is 15 into 11. All right, 165 is 15 into 11. And 15 I can further break down as 3 into 5. All right, so 3 into 5 into 11 is 165. So 1,65,000 because into 1,000. 77 is going to be 11 into 7. And 66,000 is going to be 11 into 2 into 3. Pretty straightforward in terms of all of the steps, right? I am just finding out the values from the tokens which I am using to get to this stage, right? Now, the examiner did not ask me to do this. All right, they did not ask me to find out these token values. And maybe you never know, this might end up rendering useless if you end up looking at, you know, when you end up going ahead, maybe you did not even need to do all of this. But why? I'm trying to help you build a habit of understanding each step and trying to extract the maximum amount of information, is that this will really help you solve in a better way, trying to extract as much information as possible. Now, there is one more key information which we have not entered. That is how many amounts of tokens are we using for each of the numbers. So like, how many times is 2 appearing? So if you have a look, 2 is appearing 1, 2, and 3 thrice. So I can write that 2 is appearing 3 times. How many times is 3 appearing? 1, 2, and 3. So 3 is also appearing 3 times. How many times is 5 appearing? 1, 2, 3. Again, 3 times. How many times is 7 appearing? 7 is appearing only once. So what is, I'm going to come to this, what these values mean just after noting down everything. How many times is 11 coming? 11 is again coming 1, 2, and 3 times. All right. Sorry, 3 is coming 4 times. Yeah, that is something I had missed. Sorry, 3 should come 4 times. All right. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 3 should come 4 times. All right. And yeah, and 13, if you look at 13, 13 comes how many times? Only once, right? I believe this should be correct. I'll just have a look once more. 3 comes 1, 2, 3, and 4 times. 2 comes 1, 2, and 3 times. 5 comes 3 times. 7 comes once. 11 comes 3 times, and 13 comes once. So what this is? What do these tokens signify? These tokens signify these particular interviewers. These interviewers are giving these tokens to candidates. So if, let's say, A gives out the token number 2, all right, I'm going to circle the tokens so that we know that, you don't have any confusion that these are the tokens, right? Circle this, and yeah. So if A gives out token number 2, this means that A gave out token number 2 to 3 people. All right. That is what it means. Out of the 5 people who are there, who are candidates, A gave out token number 2 3 times. All right. This is the set of inferences we have derived till now. Okay. All right. 7 is appearing twice. Oh, right. Sorry, I miss that. Thank you. Yeah. So, okay. All right. So I'll verify that also. Okay. 7 is appearing twice. Correct. Right. So this is the set of inferences which you have to draw till here. I hope everybody is on the same page, and you guys giving me answers and even correcting some oversights from my side shows me that you guys are on the same page, which is great. So I'm going to move forward now, right? And I'm going to come to the clues which are given to us. These are some clues, but to use these clues, before we start using these clues, won't it be better for us to know who has given whom? I mean, if you read clue number 1, for example, it says Fatima awarded tokens to everyone except Kahira. And I'll pause here. So what these clues are trying to tell me, that it is telling me who F is going to give tokens to, who A is going to give tokens to, and all. So it will be better for me to put all of this inside a table. All right. So to put all of this information inside of a table, that who is giving whom a token, to further understand the situations in a better format. So we are going to do that, right? We are going to look at clue, each of the clues together, and then we are going to piece that information inside our big table, which you are going to have a look at. So first clue, Fatima awarded tokens to everyone except Kahira. We are going to pause here, all right, because there's a comma. There's a comma here. Whenever there's a comma, please pause there and process that information before moving forward. So Fatima awarded tokens to everyone except Kahira. So Fatima, which is F, which is this person, right here. This person awarded tokens to everybody except Kahira. So awarded tokens to everybody except Kahira, which means tick, cross, 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 and cross, right? Now, maybe this 66 I can write a little lower so that I have some space in my solving place. 66 is equal to 11 into 2 into 3. All right. So we have stored this information. Sorry, everyone except Kahira. I have to write ticks here. Sorry, I wrote crosses by mistake. Ticks, ticks, and ticks. Now, before we move forward, it shows that Fatima awarded 4 tokens. Okay, I'm not saying token number 4. I'm saying awarded 4 tokens, right? So which is the token which appears 4 times? You can see right here, I mentioned that token 3 appears 4 times. So it means that Fatima must have awarded token number 3. I'll repeat this once more. The clue told you, I'll go back to the clue once more. The clue told you Fatima awarded tokens to everyone except Kahira. So apart from Kahira, Fatima awarded tokens to everybody. There are 5 people. That means Fatima awarded tokens to 4 individuals. And if Fatima awarded tokens to 4 individuals, which is the token which comes 4 times, which has been given out 4 times? It is token number 3. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Correct? That is the only token which has come out given out 4 times. That means token number 3 corresponds to Fatima. All right. Let's move to the next step. While Adhara awarded tokens to no one except Pragnya, which means that Adhara awarded tokens to nobody except Pragnya. That means Adhara awarded tokens only to Pragnya. Okay, all right. Adhara awarded tokens only to Pragnya. I'm going to use the red color. Only to Pragnya and nobody else. Delete all of that. Nobody else. So we are going to look at which token did Aradhana, give out. So which token would Aradhana have given out? The token which has been given out only once, because Aradhana gave out token only once, right? So Aradhana must have given out token number 13. So we can also enter this, that Aradhana must have given out token number 13 and Pragna got token number 13 and token number 3. Now, one more inference, and then I'm going to look at the chat, whether you guys have understood everything or not. The next inference is that we know that Pragnya has gotten token 13 and has gotten a token 3. So Pragnya's numbers is going to be 13. I mean, the face value of the tokens is going to be 13 into 3 into something into, something into something into something. All right. Now, if you look at the numbers which we have right here, the funding which has been allotted, only one number is there, which is 390, which has a 13 and a 3, both of them, 13 and a 3. I mean, even if you look at just 13 also, only 390 has 13 in it, right? No other number has 13 in it as the multiplier. That means that Pragnya, the amount, because Pragnya is the candidate, okay? Remember, downwards is the candidate, okay? Downwards is the candidate. And the rows, like these rows, are the interviewers, right? So candidates are getting funding and interviewers are giving out tokens. So Pragnya, the total amount of funding Pragnya must have gotten would have been 3,90,000. I'm going to pause here and I'm just going to look at the chats, whether everybody is understanding everything or not. Till now, all I've done is I've just used the information given to me in the question. I've done nothing else. I've just tried to maximize the use of the information. That's all. Please tell me in the chat if everything is clear. Very good. Kunal is being very active. Even Devash, very good. And I hope everybody is understanding everything. Clear till now? Pranjal, I think I was very clear mostly, right? I mean, I've been explaining everything in step-by-step format. Try to follow me step by steps, okay? Pranjal, you'll be able to understand. All right. So moving forward, the next step, firstly, what I'll try to see is I'll try to think for a minute or two again. I'll try to see, is there any other information I can possibly find out? If there's nothing else I can find out, then no problem. I will move forward. But if there's anything else I can find out, which is possible using the founder information I've put in, which might be possible to put. So I'll have a look. Okay. I'll have a look at the information which I have. Okay. So one moment. Yeah. So let's see. We have one information that Kahira did not get token 13 and did not get token number 3. All right. So which other tokens can Kahira get? Kahira can get token number 2. Kahira can get token number 5. Kahira can get token number 7. Kahira can get token number 11. right? These are the 4 tokens which Kaira can get. What about R? Which tokens can R get? R can get, if you see, R did not get 13, but got 3. So R can get 3, can get 5, can get even 2, it can get even 2, can get 7, can get 11, right? So right now, if we see that there are a lot of possibilities remaining, right? I mean, if I start listing for S and T also, it's probably the same thing as R, because, the common thing between R, S and T is that they haven't gotten token number 13, but they've gotten token number 3. So right now, at this point of time, I realize that there is no other information which I can find out. So I'm going to move to the next loop. Now, please, before I move to the next loop, again, understand the questions. In an ideal case scenario, the question setter wanted me to find out all of this information. But is it necessary that you guys found out this 390? Not necessary, right? This is a step which I call as the or Arun sir also calls as the self-generated thought. This 390. This, from a question setter's point of view, the question setter did not tell you explicitly to find this. But inherently, using elimination, using logic, you could find this out. So you need to understand that these self-generated thoughts are what differentiates you from an 85 percentiler to a 99 percentiler. Now, let's go back to the set, right? And have a look at the questions. Have a look at the clues. Second clue says, Rashida received the highest number of tokens that anyone received. I'm going to pause here. Rashida received the highest number of tokens that anyone could have received. Okay. If you look at the funding amounts, in the case of 390, how many tokens am I awarding? I am awarding 4 tokens. In the case of 210, how many tokens am I awarding? In the case of 210, 1, 2, 3, and 4, again 4 tokens. In the case of 165, I am awarding 3 tokens. In the case of 77,000, I am awarding 2 tokens. In the case of 66,000, I am awarding 3 tokens. So when it is said that Rashida received the highest number of tokens that anybody could have received, it does not mean Rashida is the only person who received the highest number of tokens. It means whatever is the maximum amount of tokens which anybody can receive, which in our case is 4, because the 4 people are recommending funding to Rashida. That's what it is trying to say. 4 people are recommending funding and hence giving tokens. So Rashida got 4 tokens because that is the highest number which is possible. Now, you will notice that Pragnaya already got 390, right? Which also has 4 tokens. So Rashida can get only 210. Okay, this is again another step, another self-generated thought which you have to use. That Rashida can get 210 only and not 390 because Pragnaya has already gotten 390. All right. And I'll tell you, I'll be very honest, when I was solving this or in the exam day, this is the clue which essentially cost me this entire set. Because I thought कि यार ये 390 तो पता नहीं किसको मिला है. On the exam day, I did not comprehend this step that you have to give P390. I had approximately 7 minutes to solve this set. I had already done 2 sets by that point of time, and in 2022, 2 sets had easily given you a 99 percentile. So I had given you 2, I had already solved 2 sets, and I was left with 7 minutes on the clock. So I thought, okay, let's pick up this set. This set seems fairly logical to do so. But I did not take out this 390. So if you did not take out this 390, then you would not have been able to find out this 210 as well. And that's where what I'm trying to say, since the start of the session, is that you need to try to maximize the amount of information which you can take out from a given information, right? That is what the question setter wants you to do. It's like when you're making nimbu pani, okay, lemon water. When you squeeze a lemon, all right, to put it in that, in the glass of water, you are trying to squeeze out each and every last bit of juice from it so that you can, get a very refreshing Nimbu Pani. So usi tarah se think about it like that only. All right. So this 210, coming back to the set, this 210 is again a reaction that Rashida has received 210. Why has she received 210? Because going back to the clue says Rashida received the highest number of tokens that anyone could have received. Now, completing the clue, but she did not receive one from Esther. So she did not receive a token from Esther. Okay, all right. So if she did not receive a token from Esther, so we will remove Esther from this picture. Now there are 6 people who are giving tokens. We have, in the case of Rashida, we have already eliminated 2 people, which is Aradhana and Esther. So the other 4 people necessarily have to give Rashida the funding. So all of this will be a tick. That means B, C, D, and F have necessarily given Rashida funding because Rashida has gotten a funding of 210,000, and that 210,000 comprises of 4 tokens which is to be given, and each person only awards 1 token to be given. So which tokens now has Rashida received? We can now note this down as well. The tokens Rashida has received is 2, 3, 5, and 7. Why 2, 3, 5, and 7? Because 2 and 5 make 10, 7 and 3 make 21. 210 is comprised of 2, 3, 5, and 7. All right. Now, one more thing. If Rashida has received 210 and has received these 4 tokens, then you can also find out which tokens has Rashida not received, correct? That is, one of the tokens which Rashida has not received is 13. The other token which Rashida has not received is which one? 2, 3, 5, 7, 11. All right. 11 is also something which Rashida has not received, right? So that means if you already have given 13 here to Aradhana, all right, and you only have one place where 11 can go. Why 11 can go at only one place? Because Rashida has not received funding from 2 people. And one of the people who she has not received funding from has given a token of 13 to the other people. That means Esther must have given the token number 11. Not to Rashida, but to other people who she has recommended funding. Is everybody on board till here? I'm going to open the chat. Everybody till here? Everybody okay till here? All right. Great. Very good. So again, as I said, just go step by step. It'll all be clear. All right. Just keep comprehending things one by one by one. Right. So we're going to, complete the set. Now let's have a look. We have used this information that Esther did not give funding to, R. E did not give funding to R. We have used that information, right, to the best of our ability, as can be seen from us. Now you remember, one part is still remaining, one kind of information, one kind of possibility is still remaining. We need to know whether E gave a funding to P or not. To check this, we know that P has received a funding of 390. All right. And for 390, you have 13 into 3 into 2 into 5. So, of course, 11 would not have given funding to P also. So you will cross this out as well. This is not given to you in the question. Again, a self-generated thought. If you are, following properly. Okay. This is again something which is important. Okay, let's move forward. Cleon Carlo, you want me to explain the last step? Okay, no problem. I'll just quickly go through that once more. The last step was that I had 2 tokens which are remaining. 13 and 11. All right. How do I know 2 tokens are remaining? R got funding from 4 people. The tokens which R got funding from were 2, 3, 5, and 7, because the total is 210. So 2 tokens are remaining from which R did not receive. Now these 2 tokens are 13 and 11. Now one of the tokens is 13, okay, which A is allotting to people. And it is given to you in the question in the clue number 1 that A did not give funding to R. Okay, A gave funding only to P and to nobody else. It is given to you. And you know that A's token is 13. So 13 is already booked. The only other token which is left to be booked is 11. And you know that E has not given funding to R. So that's why 11 comes here as part of E's funding. E's token, the token which E gives for funding. Okay. Okay. Moving forward, I hope everything is clear till here. Let's move on to the next. So we have used clue number 2. Now let's look at clue number 3. Biti awarded token to Smera, but not to Kahira. Again, let's go back. Biti awarded a token to Smera, but not to Kahira. Biti awarded a token to Smera, but not to Kahira. Okay, let's pause here. Okay, let's stop here. Let's go back. Let's go back and let's stop here. Look at something. Okay, before we process this information, we need to figure out a couple of things. All right. Now, the first thing is that we have been given to, it's been told to us that B has not given to, funding to Q. Okay, that is clear. From these, the people who have given funding to Q, we have already found out that 3 is not the person giving to Q, and A, which is 13. So B, if I have to write with a different color in a easier format, Q has not received the funding from 3 and not funding from 13. So any number which has 3 and 13 in it, we should remove those because Q cannot receive a funding from those. So that means, look at 66. 66 is 11 into 2 into 3. So we can remove 66 because F has given funding, right, which is 3. Okay. So if Q's number was 66, which is the amount of funding which Q received was 66,000, then Q should have received a token from F. It is necessary, right? But Q, according to our analysis, has not received a token. So Q cannot be 66. Look at 77. 77 is possible because 11 into 7 is possible. Look at 165. 3 into 5 into 11. Again, there's a 3 here. So Q cannot be 165. Look at 210. 7 into 3 into 2 into 5. Again, there's a 3 involved. So Q cannot be 210. Look at 390. 13 into 3 into 2 into 5. Again, there's a 3 involved. So Q cannot be 390 also. Q cannot be 390. Q cannot be 210. Q cannot be 165. Q cannot be 66. So there's only one number which is remaining for Q, which is 77. I'm going to repeat this step once more for all of you with a different color. Q, we know, according to our clues, that Q has not received funding from 13 and 3, okay, which is F is 3, F is giving the token 3, and A is giving the token 30. Okay, first inference. Second step, if Q has not received the token of 13 and 3, any amount of funding which we found out, right, which was given to us earlier in the question, any amount of funding which involves a 3 or a 13, we should remove that. Why should we remove that? Because if you include 3 as part of funding, then 3 should be given to that candidate. And we know that Q has not received a token 3, right? So if Q has not received a token 3, we should remove those values of funding, that Q cannot receive those values of funding. So 66 is one of the cases. 165 is the second case. 210 is the third case. And 390 is the fourth case, wherein 3 and 13 come when you look at the amount of funding given. The only case where 3 and 13 are not involved is 77. So that means that 77 is the value of funding given to Q. All right. This is again a very important step. This gives us the value of tokens which Q must have received. Sorry, which is 7 and 11. That means that Q will not receive any other tokens apart from 7 and 11. Now, if Q has received a token 11, that means Q must have received funding from Esther. This is again very important, right? Ensuring whatever inferences you're coming to, you're using those inferences inside your table. Very, very, very important, right? Now, coming back to the clue which was given to us. Okay, coming back to the clue, Bithi awarded the token to Smera, but not to Kahira. So Bithi awarded a token to Smera, right, which is here, but not to Kahira. So this means, if you have a look at this, okay, if you try to, sorry, I should not have raised that. If you try to piece this together, what does this mean? This means that B must not be 7, cannot be 7. Why B cannot be 7? Because if B was 7, B would have given funding to Q. And if B would have given funding to Q, so then B would have been 7. 11 is already booked with E. So 11 ko to we don't have to look at in the picture, right? What funding values are remaining to look at in the picture? We have used 3. We have used 7. Okay. Sorry, we have used 11, not 7. Sorry. Use 11. And we've used 13. Okay. We are left with 2, 5, and 7. Those are the values which are remaining. Okay. So Q has, not got a funding from B, but S received a funding from B. Now, S ke liye what all values are left? If you have a look, 390 is gone, 77 is gone, and 210 is gone. So the leftover values are 165/66 and 66/165 for S&T, the total amount of funding which they can get. All right. That means that if B cannot be 7, B must be one of 2 or 5. Why? Because we are left with 3 tokens, 2, 5, and 7. These are the 3 tokens which are remaining. B must be one of 2 and 5 because B is not 7. Right? C and D, abhi hum log ko nahi pata. We don't know yet. Right now, we don't know. But we know that it cannot be 2 and 5. It cannot be 7. I mean, we know that B cannot be 7. That's all. Okay? Let's go back. Let's retrace. Let's go back to the clues. B awarded a token to Smera, but not to Kahira, while Dhanvi awarded a token to Kahira, but not to Smera. Okay. Dhanvi awarded a token to Kahira, but not to Smera. Dhanvi awarded a token to Kahira, but not to Smera. That means, if you look at this picture, look at Q. Q has received only 2 tokens, 7 and 11. Why? Because Q's total funding is 77. And Q is receiving tokens from D and E. So the other number, which is 7, must correspond to D's funding. Right? The amount of the token which D is giving, it must be 7. Why? Because the other amount was 11, which E is giving. So that means Q must not have received funding from C as well. And the 2 values which are remaining are 2 and 5 and 5 and 2 for B and C respectively. Why? Because we have already found out 7 as value for D right here. Okay. One more inference I'm going to come to is that if you look at P, the tokens which P received were 13, 3, 2, and 5. 13, 3, 2, and 5. So P must not have received funding from D. Why not? Because if P received funding from D, then P would have gotten a token of 7. But P did not receive a token of 7. So P did not receive funding from D. P would have received funding from B and C. All right. Now, if you look at B and C, there are 1 or 2 more inferences. But before coming to B and C, I'm going to look at E. Okay. I have 165 or 165, 165 or 66, or 66 or 165. So, and 11, as an amount of funding has come into three places, right? If you see, remember, 11 has come into funding at three places, which is 11, 165, 77, and 66. Okay? That means whether this is 165 or whether this is 165, whether this is 66 or whether this is 66, they must have received the token number 11, because token 11 is required to make either 165 or 66 both. So that means that E would have given funding to both S and D. All right, this is again very important. If you look at D, token number 7 was given out twice. These two tokens we have already accounted for right here. So that means D did not award a token to T. Coming here, S, if it is 165 or 66, it would have received how many tokens? 165 is 3 into 5 into 11. 66 is 11 into 2 into 3. In any case, S would have received only 3 tokens. In any case, okay, in any case, S would have received only 3 tokens. That means S did not receive a token from C. Why? Because if S received a token from C, then it would end up receiving 4 tokens. 1, 2, 3, and then another 4 tokens. That is not possible. Okay. Because S can only be 165 or 66. The other values are already taken. Okay. So this is something we found out. This means what value can S take? B ka, it's either 2 or 5. We don't know. It could be any one of that. Okay. But if you look at E, it is 11. Okay. And if you look at F, it is 3. So 11 into 3 is 60, 33. 33 into 5 is 165. And 33 into 2 is 66. So S can be any one of them. It can be either 165 or 160 or 66. That is something which we have not found out yet. Okay. But if you look at T, okay, to look at T, you want to first look at B. Whether it is 2 or 5, how many times is 2 or 5 appearing? 2 is appearing 3 times in the list of tokens. 5 is also appearing 3 times in the list of tokens. So if B has awarded token 3 times, can it award another token? Can it award tokens 4 times? If people, when we look at the list of fundings, the number of tokens is only 3 for, either 2 or 5. B cannot award more than 3 tokens. So you will cross, B giving a token to T, and you will pick C giving a token to T, because of the fact that C has to award 3 tokens, whether it is 5 or whether it is 2. And this will then complete your table. All right. I know, I'm sorry. At the last, I might have, gone a little faster, but I felt all of the steps are, you have to take one step at a time, right? So what I want you to do now, I'm going to come to the questions very quickly, in a minute. I'm going to ask you in the chat if everything is clear, right? If everything is being understood. And what I want you to do is, right after your session with Vanessa, please have a look at the set once more. Okay, I'll share the picture of the set, the clues, and this table. I'm going to share both of this in the chat, with you in Telegram. Please have a look at the set and try attempting it once more. I will clarify any questions which you have in the Telegram group, for all Mindworkzz students. If you have any questions, I'll clarify it in the Telegram group. But please try attempting the set once more so that you are understanding everything. And then when you get stuck anywhere, please feel free to ask me, and I'll definitely help you wherever you're getting stuck. All right, I'll help you out. I'll assist you. Okay? Wherever you're getting stuck, I'll assist you. So coming back, I hope this has been clear. I'm just going to quickly run through the questions. The first question is, how many questions did Kahira receive? Okay, please don't mind the amount of mess which has happened. How many tokens did Kahira receive? If you look at this, Kahira received 2 tokens. So the answer of the first question is 2. 2 tokens received by Kahira. Second questions, which among the following definitely received a token from B3? So which among the following definitely received a token from B, but not from D? So the options are Q, T, P, and R. So amongst Q, T, P, and R, so amongst Q, T, P, and R, which of these people definitely received a token from B, but not from D? So if you look at this, if you look at P, it received a token from B, but not from D. So answer to P ho gaya, but baki bhi dekho. Q did not receive a token from B. So it's not asking this. It's asking which of the following people received a token from B, but did not receive a token from D. Ulta nahi pooch raha, ulta nahi sahi hoga. So of course, Q is not the answer. If you look at R has received a token from B and received a token from D, both of them. If you look at T has not received a token from B. Again, violated the condition. So the condition is true only for P. So P is the answer. Pragnya, that Pragnya definitely received a token from B, but not from Dhanvi. All right. How many tokens did Chaya award? Award meaning how many tokens did Chaya give out? Okay. So how many tokens did Chaya give out? If you have a look at this, C gave out. C was either 5 or 2. So C gave out 3 tokens, right? 1, 2, and 3. 3 tokens, right? And how many tokens did Smera receive? So this is the candidate S. How many tokens does S get? Again, 165 or 66 doesn't matter. S received 3 tokens, right? 1, 2, and 3. Okay, 3 tokens for S. And the last question is, which of the following amount of funding could be the amount of funding that Tantra received? So T received, the candidate T received. So the options are 66,000 and 165,000. It's neither A or B, only A, either A and B, only B. So it's asking ya to it's only A, either it's only B, yeah, or it's possible that T could have received 66,000 and 165,000. I know either one of them, or T did not receive any one of them. So if you look at our picture, you can see that T received either 66,000 or 165,000. So the answer will be either A or B, which is 66,000 or 165,000. Okay, either A or B. That is the answers for this set. All right, and I mean, just a couple of words to wrap up the session. All I want to say is that please, whenever you're solving a set, okay, however easy or tough it may seem, number one, please solve the set step by step by step. Okay, take it one step at a time. Don't try to rush into it. Otherwise, you will get lost. That is number one. Number two, and very important, try to understand from the question setter's point of view, what kind of possible outcomes can a statement lead to. It's very important that if you will not be able to, if you don't look at it from now itself, from solving, even if it takes you 5 minutes, 7 minutes extra to solve right now in March, that's okay. But if you start that activity in May or June or July, I'm sorry, but that might be too late for you. So please start this activity from now itself. Solve only one DI set. Solve only one LR set. Solve only 2 sets a day. Maybe solve only 3 sets a day. Spend only 20-25 minutes per set. But ensure that you're doing all of this. All right. I hope you guys liked the session. I hope the session was beneficial. Please, leave a like on the stream if you did enjoy it. Right. I hope I was able to clearly explain most of it. Right. I'm sorry if at any point of time you were unable to understand any aspect. I'll be very happy to clear it outside of the session with you guys. Right. And of course, as other mentors have also pointed out, please feel free to leave out, give me any feedback for the session, right? I'll just save all of this, right? And I'll just delete this. Give me feedback. You can take my number, 8874-871-888. You can message me on WhatsApp, right? Or Telegram, or you can mention in the Magic Sundays takeaway. I'll prefer if it is a personal feedback, and also mention any takeaways which you had from this session, preferably 1 to 2 takeaways. If you felt there were more takeaways, please feel free to mention that. Otherwise, that's all from my side. And I hope this session was useful, right? If you have any questions apart from what was discussed, I mean, any question in terms of strategy or anything, please feel free to ask. Right, I'm not going to deal with specifics from the set here. If you have any questions in terms of how to deal with such situations, I'll be happy to answer that. But I won't be dealing with specific instances from the set right now, because it'll stretch from the time I have been allotted for the session. Right? So please feel free to put it in the chat. I'll be here for the next 2 to 3 minutes, and otherwise I'll be leaving. I'll be taking a leave, and I think Vinay sir should be logging on any moment. If I'm not mistaken, his session was from 1:30, right? 1:45. 2 o'clock. Okay, his session was from 2 o'clock. Okay, so there's a bit of buffer time, 15 minutes, 10 minutes rather now. I've taken your lunch break away from you guys. I'm sorry. But since his session is also supposed to be an hour or long session only, I don't think it will stretch too much. Okay. Chalo, anything you guys want to ask, feel free to ask. Thank you, Kunal. Glad you were able to benefit from the session. Thanks, Hardik. Thanks, Muskan. And glad you guys were able to genuinely benefit. I'm glad to add value, and of course I'll be appearing for more sessions. My goal, honestly, I'll be very honest with you. My goal when I'm taking these DI sessions or LR sessions, it's not going to be covering portion, because I feel that that thing is something which any faculty can do. I actually want to train you for what comes in the exam. Okay, what comes in the exam. I'm not saying the faculties are not doing that. Please don't get me wrong. Everybody is doing that, and everybody is teaching what is relevant for CAT only. But I actually want to show you sets either from CAT or sets which I have made inspired from CAT sets, what the question setter actually wants you to do, right? So in my sessions, you can expect some really, I mean, I don't like to call them tough sets. I like to call them high quality sets, because they, give you a lot of learning, right? So I like to call them high quality sets. I don't like to use the specific term tough sets. So you'll find a lot of high quality sets in my sessions, be it the ones I'll take this year, be it the ones I've taken previous years, right? So you'll definitely, I'm sure you'll get a lot of learning from the sets which I'm discussing in the classes, right? Chalo, I'll you guys can take a break now, and we'll see you guys at 2 o'clock with Vanessa's session, right? I'll help him start the session, and then I'll take your leave. Thanks to all of you. I'll switch off my camera now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all of you. Since I'm taking this session on Zoom, which is linked with YouTube, so there will be a kind of 30 seconds lag between what I speak and what goes to you. So you will have to bear with it. And I have kept the wide YouTube open here so that I can, because this has to be an interactive session. This session has to be an interactive session. So your response and your queries are integral to this session. So we'll have to bear with it as the session progresses. I have asked Sanjita to, create, my session on Zoom only so that we don't have this issue. But for today, we'll have to bear with this lag part. So there will be a 30 seconds lag between what I speak, what I tell you on Zoom and what you hear on YouTube. So we'll have to bear with that. So I hope you are okay with that today. At least we can bear that much for knowledge. All right. So once again, good afternoon, all of you, and let us start today's session. And I will we'll I'm actually keeping this here so that I get to see your responses. All right. So let us discuss today. We'll continue with what we started, and that was law of demand and law of supply. Today we will complete that. That's the most important component. So you can see on the screen. Okay, so let us revise the law of demand once. Let us revise the law of demand once. Law of demand says, law of a very important relationship between quantity demanded of any commodity X, quantity demanded of any commodity X, and its price. Okay, so if and the relationship is that quantity demanded of any commodity X, quantity demanded. We are not talking about, see, in economics, there is a difference between demand and quantity demanded. When you use the term demand in economics, we are actually talking about market demand. But when we are talking about law of demand, we are talking about the relationship between quantity demanded of any commodity X. Okay. So quantity demanded of any commodity X and its price. The relationship between quantity demanded of any commodity X and its price, if all other things remain same, that relationship is driven by law of demand, or law of demand actually encapsulates that relationship. It is, let me tell you, economics has not created law of demand. No economist in this world have created law of demand. They have not invented law of demand. They have just observed human behavior and they have encapsulated the behavior into the form of a law or an equation. So let me tell you once more that nobody in this universe has created law of demand. They have just observed human behavior and they have formalized it in the form of a law. I mean, this behavior is so repetitive, this behavior is so universal, this behavior is so absolute that it has been given the name of a law. Okay? So it is as good a law as law of gravitation. It is as good a law as law of Newton's laws of motion. So it is just describing the human behavior when he is faced with a dealing with price of a commodity and quantity demanded. Is this clear so far? I'll wait for 30 seconds so that you can say yes and I can move on. So is this clear? Is this part clear that nobody has derived, nobody has nobody has actually created law of demand? This relationship was always there since Stone Age. Let me tell you, law of demand has existed since Stone Age. Let me tell you, the nature of price was different. At that time, there was no money or such, but there was always a medium of exchange. Okay. One leg piece of a deer that was hunted by one could be exchanged for, say, 1 hour of babysitting by the neighbor. Okay. So anyway, let us start with this. So once again, let me tell you, this is you can see the screen. I have written what is the formal equation of this. That quantity demanded is, even today we have barter system. I mean, how many of you, I mean, if I say that today also we have barter system, will you agree with this, or do you have doubt on what I'm saying? Even today we follow barter system. I'm waiting 30 seconds. Even today we follow barter system. Even today we follow barter system. Nothing has changed. Do you agree? Do you agree? Anybody who is an economics student and says, no, sir, we don't have barter system now. Anybody who says that we don't have a barter system now. Now we don't follow barter system. Anybody who raises a point that, sir, no, we don't follow barter system now. Now we have the concept of money. Anybody who would like a clarification on this? Anybody who would like a clarification? Write CLARI in the message. Anybody who likes a clarification, write CLARI in the message, so that I can understand that you want. Even today, we follow barter system. Okay, I'll clarify it. I'll clarify. Thank you, Kunal. I'll clarify a bit. See, we understand, we think that barter system is when one commodity. Okay, so barter system, what we understand about barter system is that when one commodity can be exchanged for another commodity, right? Yeah, I am clarifying. So what is the common concept of barter system is that one commodity gets exchanged for another commodity. For example, this ball gets exchanged for a pen. This is what the general concept of barter system is. Okay, one commodity against another, commodity versus commodity. Okay, now my question is, when we look at money, today I have brought money. When we look at money, do you realize that this is also a commodity? Do you realize that this is also a commodity? How many of you have problems considering this as just another commodity? Just another commodity, let us say. Just another commodity. We are willing to call this a commodity. Okay? We are willing to call this a commodity. We are willing to call this a commodity. We are willing to call this a commodity. Okay? Even this source of knowledge, newspaper, we are calling this commodity. But the source of knowledge is being called commodity. Her autobiography is being called a commodity. But the moment I say this, you will say, no, sir, this is money. Tell me, are you ready to call this commodity? Do you accept that this is also commodity? Tell me. Okay, tell me the concept of exchange. Okay, let us discuss a little bit about the concept of exchange or trade. What do you mean by trade? Buy and sell? When do we say trade has happened? When we buy and sell? Tell me, I'm waiting. Okay. So, my question is, when I buy something, when do I say I buy something? When I receive this. You say that I buy it because I'm receiving this. So I'm buying this. Okay. And you say the shopkeeper is selling this because he is actually giving this to me. Right? So I'm buying this because I'm receiving it. The shopkeeper is selling this because he is imparting this to me. So the giver is the seller and the receiver is the buyer in the normal case. I'm waiting. I'll wait. The giver is the seller and the receiver is the buyer. So a shopkeeper is giving, so he is the seller. A customer is buying, so he is a buyer, right? Okay. So the giver is a seller. Now, my question is, I'm giving this to the shopkeeper, just like he is giving this to me. Let us say if I'm just giving this to him. So here I'm giving this and the shopkeeper is receiving this. So am I not, if the giver is the seller, if the giver is the seller, then am I not selling this? If giver is the seller, then am I not selling this because I'm giving this to the shopkeeper? Critical thinking, reasoning, critical thinking, apply critical thinking, logical thinking. Apply logical thinking. So if I'm giving this to the shopkeeper, then I'm seller and the shopkeeper is receiving this, so he's a buyer. Let us say we make an online transaction. Let us say we make an online transaction. When we actually we are not giving physically something and receiving physically something. Okay. Let us say I'm just sending 200 rupees to the shopkeeper and he is sending me say receipt for say let us say I'm sending 1 lakh rupees to the shopkeeper and the shopkeeper is sending me a gold bond, let us say, that you have say 10 grams of gold with me. This transaction takes place. So here I'm purchasing gold and he's selling gold. But look at it other side. I'm not exchanging any commodity as such, practical, physical commodity. The transaction between buying and selling is, if he is buying something, I'm selling. If I'm buying something, he is selling. So buy and sell is exchangeable, interchangeable. And let me tell you, in today's world, money has ceased to be the symbol of sovereignty and national, national sovereignty and national, honor. Money is just a commodity like a steel, cement, bulb, phone, whatever. Money is just a commodity now. It follows every rule that any other commodity follows. So today also we use barter. Today also we use barter. Today also we use barter system. The thing is that exchange is taking between one commodity against another. Incidentally, that commodity for most of the people is what we call money or currency. Or even this is not your currency. This is not your money. This is just a representation of money. This is not a representation. This is not a money also. This is a representation of money. Do you think this is money? If this is money, why it is written here? I promise to pay the bearer a sum of 500 rupees. If this is money, why it is not written 500 rupees money? Why it is? See, my objective is not just to give you the theory of economics. I'm not teaching you economics for exam. I'm teaching you economics. I'm imparting my concept of how I understand economics so that you can apply it to understand the world better. And you have to realize that it boils down to your ability to think critically, analyze the data, analyze the given theory. Just think about it. Have you ever heard of, just look at this note. Just look at this note. It does not say this is 500 rupees. If this were 500 rupees, why does it say that I promise to pay the, what, and it's so small, in small prints. Let me take a photograph of this and yeah, it says, I promise to pay the bearer, somebody who bears this, carrier of this, the sum of 500 rupees. So if this is 500 rupees, why should you tell me that if you carry this, I will pay you 500 rupees? If I go to the governor of RBI and give him this note, he has to pay me 500 rupees. So what is this? If this is not 500 rupees, by logical reasoning, tell me. If I write on this that I promise to pay the bearer of this one tennis ball, does it, what does it mean? I promise to pay the bearer one tennis ball can be written on this. I promise to pay the bearer of this book a tennis ball. So it is just a promissory note. RBI governor is promising you that you keep this. It is my guarantee. You can exchange this for 500 rupees worth of anything. If something is worth 500 rupees, you can exchange this note with that commodity. And if somebody tells you that I'll not accept, give me 500 rupees, then you can say that you take this note. RBI governor has guaranteed that if you, this is equivalent to 500 rupees. And if you want, I have to go to the RBI governor and ask him that, see, give me 500 rupees, give me 500 rupees because the shopkeeper wants 500 rupees. He is not satisfied with your note. So did you think about it? कभी सोचा था कि ये 500 रुपीज है या 500 रुपीज का प्रॉमिस है? हाँ, but if you look at 1 rupee note, if you look at 1 rupee note, have you looked at 1 rupee note? Anybody? Does anyone here carry 1 rupee note? Can you? I don't have it here, but have you ever seen a 1 rupee note? This sentence is missing from 1 rupee note. Let me check on, can somebody check Google and send me an image of 1 rupee note? Let me share it. See this. It's nowhere written, I promise to pay the bearer. Okay. Nowhere. And it is, see, the signature is that of Secretary, Ministry of Finance. Secretary, Ministry of Finance. It is not RBI governor who is signing this. It is Secretary, Ministry of Finance, means Government of India is signing this. Okay. But if you look at 500 rupee note, look at this, here it is written. I promise to pay the bearer the sum of 500 rupees, signed by Governor of RBI, not the Finance Secretary. So anyway, what I am trying to tell you is that rupees, currency, dollar, these are all commodities. And just like we purchase, buy and sell commodities, you can buy and sell currency, money. Okay. Anyway, so let us come to law of demand. Law of demand says if the price of any commodity X goes up, its quantity demanded goes down. And if the price of any commodity goes down, its quantity demanded will go up. This is law of demand. Okay. Okay. So now one final time, let us revise law of demand. If the price of this ball goes up, its quantity demanded will if the price of this ball goes up, its quantity demanded will if the price of this goes up, its quantity demanded will go down. If the price of this, okay, good. If the price of this pen goes up, its quantity demanded will. Okay. If the price of this goes down, if the price of this goes down, what will happen to its quantity demanded? The price goes down. What will happen to its quantity demanded? Okay. If the price of this goes down, what will happen to its quantity demanded? If the price of what I'm showing goes down, what will happen to its quantity demanded? So I have Tanishka, Barai, Darshan, and Akshay Kyat, Vansika, Vinny. So if the price of this goes, okay, okay, in case of currency, it goes down. Now see, Akshay says in case of currency, it goes down. So if the price of this goes down, its quantity demanded will go down, right? So it is an exception to law of demand. I always say that the problem is that so long we are dealing with a ball, so long as we are dealing with a mobile phone, so long as we are dealing with a pen, so long as we are dealing with a book, so long as we are dealing with a coconut, so long as we are dealing with a Ray-Ban, our mind is fine. We understand things. We understand the law of demand. We say, okay, if the price of it goes down, quantity demanded will go up. But the moment I show you a rupee and I say this, I ask the same question, your answer changes. So let me tell you one thing. The question that you need to ask is this a commodity or not? Does it fall under X or not? Why does the quantity demanded, law of demand says quantity demanded of any commodity X? Any commodity X. So why it does not mention any commodity X, but not money, not rupee, not something? What does X mean here? This is where I challenge you to understand, use your critical thinking. If law of demand says, if it is a law, if it has been formalized as a law, that is, I mean, unfortunately, we are in a online session, and that also where Zoom and YouTube is lagging. I am not able to, enforce my body language or my emotion to you. But why is it that once we have determined that this is a commodity and it falls under X, now that is the beauty of mathematical law. That is where I'm telling you, just tell me, वो सब क्या बात कर रहे हो यार? I'm just asking you a simple law of demand. If law of demand holds true, what will happen to its quantity demanded if its price falls? If the price of this falls, what will happen to its quantity demanded? Why is it so difficult to accept that its quantity demanded will rise? Why is it so difficult to accept this? Why are you all of a sudden, I'm asking, what will happen to quantity demanded of this coffee? Its price goes down. You'll say, sir, it will rise. You don't think twice. You don't think twice. So either there is some problem with law of demand, or there is some problem with our understanding of law of demand, or there is some problem with this commodity. Let me tell you one thing. In our human world, if the price of any commodity goes up, its quantity demanded will go down. If the price of any commodity goes down, its quantity demanded will go up. This is according to the law of demand, no more, no less. All you have to figure out is whether it is commodity or not. What will happen to the price? What will happen to the quantity demanded of mother's love if its price goes up? All you have to figure out is whether mother's love is commodity or not. If mother's love is being treated as a commodity, then that will be following law of demand. Only thing you have to determine is whether it is a commodity or not. Now, once we have determined that money is a commodity, money is a commodity, money is a commodity. Acha, many people say, oh, mother's love is cannot be determined. That is not a commodity. Okay. Now, if mother tells you that if you don't come first in the class, then I will not love you. The price is coming first in the class. The price is coming first in the class. In all the exams. Then tell me, if mama tells you that if you want me to love you, you have to stop your relationship with that girl. then what will happen to the quantity demanded? Just asking. Just asking. Are we there? So you'll say, Mama, you keep your love with yourself. Huh? इतनी कीमत नहीं चुका सकता मैं. I cannot pay this price. Anubhav, love is intangible, right? Love is intangible, right? but see, personal तो जाना पड़ेगा. पर्सनल नहीं जाएंगे तो इकोनॉमिक्स कैसे समझ में आएगा? I need to get personal, otherwise you'll not understand the economics. फिर तो you will remain an economics student. You'll never understand the phenomena of the world. Love is intangible. Anubhav Mishra, love is intangible. That is why we have goods and services tax now. Every service is now treated as goods. The difference between goods and service. Mother versus girlfriend controversy everlasting. And let me tell you, today, it is very, you know why GST came into picture? Because the line between tangible and intangible had got blurred. Okay, so today's services are also treated as good as goods, commodities. Okay, for example, 2 hours of my class, 1 hour of my class. Commodity can be services. 1 hour of my consultancy. Okay, so anyway, so let us once and for all, law of demand. Since it is law of demand, it tells you the relationship between quantity demanded of any commodity X. Any commodity X. Yes, software is a classic example. That was the reason why, in fact, the reason for GST was that many products were using, many companies were evading taxes, claiming that their product is a service, not product. So excise duty does not apply to them. Excise duty is on manufacturing of a product. Okay, so they said that since this is not a tangible product, this is a service, so excise duty, it is exempt from excise duty and so many other taxes. So the government had this dilemma, whether this is a service or whether, if you present a software in a CD, then what is it? Is it a product or a service? So that is why they said, forget about anything that you are selling is a commodity. Anything that has that serves the human need, that has utility, that can be evaluated in terms of money, that is a commodity. That's all. Okay, so that is why today we have no distinction between tangible, intangible. It is just for the sake of formality. But today, anything that can be exchanged, that has value and can be exchanged in terms of money, it is a commodity. Okay, so anyway, that mother's love was just a part of fun. That was not to be taken seriously. So let us finalize it today that quantity demanded of any commodity X follows law of demand, and if the price of the commodity goes up, its quantity demanded will go down. If the price of the commodity goes down, its quantity demanded will go up. And this is a functional relationship. This is a functional relationship. So it will operate only in one direction. So the law of demand tells you the relationship between price of a commodity and consequently the quantity demanded of commodity. So if the price changes up or down, then the quantity demanded moves down or up. It does not tell you what will happen in reverse. It will never tell you what happens in reverse. So if I ask you that according to the law of demand, what will happen to the price of a commodity if its quantity demanded goes up? So according to law of demand, what will happen to the price of a commodity if its quantity demanded goes up? This you cannot answer on the basis of law of demand. This you cannot answer on the basis of law of demand. Okay. Intuitively, you might say, sir, if quantity demanded goes up, then the price cannot go down. It will go up intuitively. But law of demand forbids you to answer this question. So if I ask you that according to the law of demand, what will happen to the price of a commodity if its quantity demanded goes up or down? You say that, sir, only on the basis of law of demand, I cannot answer this question because law of demand does not permit me to answer this question, because law of demand tells me only about a relationship between the price of a commodity and its quantity demanded. If the price goes up, the quantity demanded will go down. If the price goes down, its quantity demanded will go up. More than this, I cannot tell you. Parijat, I will answer each and every question of practical importance. Keep this question in mind. Mark this question. Make a list of Parijat. That's a wonderful question that you've asked. I'll answer this question on the basis of law of demand and supply. Don't worry. Let me come to law of supply. Let me teach you about equilibrium. Any question that you ask me, I will answer this on the basis of law of demand and supply. I will not evade, and I will not theorize. I'll not say, what a question this is. Beautiful question. The question is, let me read the question. Sir, what about the price of Indian stocks going down and quantity demanded is going down? My favorite, I have invested in stock market. My stocks are going down. Don't worry. I'll answer this question, but not today. Not today. I'll answer this question in my next class when I'll be taking a class on Zoom, so that we are direct one-on-one. Okay, so that we can have direct discussion. So let me stop here today, because next class I want to conduct on Zoom so that there is no lag. Okay. And you attend that session on Zoom. Yeah, I mean, because I cannot, I am not a one-way, I'm not a functional relationship that I'll go on teaching you something. No. I want to clarify I want to clean I want to, create dissonance in your mind. I want to interact with your mind. I don't want to interact with your ears or eyes. Okay, so that is why I need interaction. I have told Sanjita and I have told Arun Chaturvedi sir, they will arrange it accordingly. So till today's session, we will be having this, but next time we will be working on Zoom. Okay, so let us freeze the law of demand today, that no matter what, accept it, that if the price of a commodity goes down, its quantity demanded will go up. If the price of the commodity goes up, its quantity demanded will come down, irrespective of what is the name of a commodity. You name a commodity phone, you name a commodity glass, you name a commodity green coconut, you name a commodity a newspaper, you name a commodity book, you name a commodity love, you name a commodity hatred, you name a commodity anything. if it is a commodity X, it will follow the law of demand. It can be a seat on a bus. It can be, seat on a boat at Kumbh. It can be, anything, any commodity. Call this commodity. It is exchangeable and it is following law of demand. And law of demand says one very simple thing. If the price of the commodity goes up, its quantity demanded will go down. If the price of the commodity goes down, its quantity demanded will go up. Other side, we cannot say anything. Okay. So let us continue this in the next session. We will continue this in the next session. Okay. Chalo, bye bye. Take care.